So are you streaming on my platform today as well? I mean, it's not on.
Nilikuwa nimeaccess Chess Kenya na
So if I have to sort myself,
have the mic on.
Nataka ku
Nataka kwenda back so other games and ways. You may be naive, but not that naive. nilijua tu nani atazusha hiyo design. I saw that coming.
Hello guys, now we are entering into round 6. The competition is getting tougher. Now on the screen we have the game Simiu Jedon from Kenya against another Kenyan, Davidson Mugo. Let's see how the game is going on. Now the game started like this. So Davidson is white and Simiu Jedon is black. Let's see how the game went. So Waweru went e4. We got a c5, a Sicilian. Knight to f3, so some standard Sicilian. Oh, they go into the Knight of Sicilian, which seems to be a popular line for Jadon. Okay, let's see how they continue. So we get f3, which is no, not the main line, but it's up there. It's up there the other lines. So we get e5, attacking the knight. The knight goes to b3, bishop to e6. So this is part of a sideline, but close to the main line for the knight off. Get bishop to e3, bishop to e7, queen to d2, knight b to d7, queenside castles. Okay, interesting. Kingside castles. Then now we get g4. Interestingly, Davidson is playing this line as you would in a dragon Sicilian with f3 and g4, which is interesting. Now let's see how the game continued. How did Jadon respond to this typical attack on the knight off? So he ignored the g4 advance and went to b5 instead. We'll continue with h4. The attack is almost getting to the climax. Knight b to d7, okay, developing the knight, probably with the plan of playing knight to c4. And this will force white to take the knight on c4 because it comes with a fork on the queen and the bishop. And this dark square bishop is usually very strong in the attack for white. So white has to save it. So we're anticipating black to play knight to a c4, and the usual response is taking the knight. Now this is now where white is thinking. This is where the game has reached. So actually, white can continue with h5 and just wait for the knight to land on c4 and then exchange it to the bishop. That's fair. And this h5 idea is planned to continue with the move g5, attacking the knight, and possibly g6. And the idea is just to open up the king widely so that now your attack can crash through. That's interesting. Now let's give Waweru Davidson some time to find a good continuation for that line. This is a game by the under-11 champion Manyeki David, Manyeki Nathaniel against Danev Shaurya. Okay, interesting. From Shaurya is from Zambia. Let's see how the game started. The game went e4, c5, knight to c3. Wow, okay. So Shaurya Danev is going for this line. A kind of Grand Prix system. Let's see how the game continued. Oh, okay. He went for the Finketo Sicilian. I see. Interesting. So Manyeki crashed through in the center with the d5. It was taken back, and then the pawn, then d4 was pushed, obviously grabbing space in the center. Bishop to e6, bishop to g2, pawn took, queen took, and then knight to 6. Knight to c6 to attack the queen. The queen went back, and this is where the game has reached. We're just waiting to see how it continues from here. Looks quite interesting. So there's some pressure on the pawn on d5, and as possible response would maybe even something like bishop to b4 or knight to f6, just adding further defense to the pawn on d5. With bishop to b4, a possible response might be just a3, trying to chase away the bishop, or even bishop to d2, and pinning with the intention of making a discovery against the bishop on b4. So that's what you're looking at in this position. Bishop to b4, bishop to d2, with the intention of playing knight to f3 and then castling. Just keeping everything intact before you continue with your attack as white. Black looks like a while far from castling. So as white, what you want to do is just castle, consolidate, king safety first, and then now we can continue the attack. Okay, let's give them some time to find the best moves as we check out the other games. Yeah, in the game, back to the game of Simiu and Davidson. Davidson continued with the h5, just ignoring. First of all, I think he took on. He was afraid of the knight jumping to c4, so he took the knight on b6. Queen took, and then he played h5. Now, probably Davidson may not be very familiar with this line, but the bishop is usually very strong in the attack. So exchanging it this early doesn't seem like the best idea. But I think his plan was he didn't want to open up his where his king is, the queen side where he castled. He wanted to avoid that, so that's why he took the knight on b6, just to avoid the knight jumping to c4, forcing it to take, and then he takes with the pawn, opening up the line towards the king, the b file, and that's where the rooks will be stacked after it's open. So this is probably what Davidson was afraid of. So that's why he took and then continued with his attack on h5, claiming that now it will take black some time to open up the king side, the queen side where the king is. So let's give them some time, we see how they continue. Currently on the screen we have the game Kaloki Zuri against Boilia Margaret. Let's see how the game went. So Kaloki started with e4, went c5, another Sicilian, an Alapin Sicilian with c3 in fact. So okay, e6, d4, d4, d5, a couple of exchanges in the center, bishop took, then bishop check, knight to d7, queen took, okay, that's interesting. Knight, g to f6, the knight is pinned, bishop to e7 and pinning, knight to f3, preparing to castle, castles, okay. The game seems standard at this moment. So it's h6 is, so the Margaret plays h6. We get an exchange on d7, bishop took, bishop points to h4, avoiding the trade on f6, queen to c7, preparing to bring the rooks into the game in this manner. So let's see. Now this is where the game has reached in this game. It looks double-edged. Black does have the bishop pair, so he's planning to bring the bishop to c6 and the other bishop to c5, attacking the queen and bringing the rook, the a8 rook to d8 or e8, just controlling the center. So it seems black has equalized in this position. Now with the queen attack, you have to move the queen to c7. Queen to c7 can move to either c6, or but that now brings knight to e5. So probably attempting a quick exchange with queen to b6 might be necessary, or even queen to c5, trying to force a trade of the queens. Yeah. What? Point again. Where? Yeah, you got a different line. Yeah. Now you're looking to see if black will play queen to c5, trying to force a trade of queens. Yeah, because another idea would be queen to b6, but that ends up doubling your pawns. You also want to retreat, but that now disconnects your rooks. So it seems you're being forced to play queen to c5. Because now if you try queen to c6, you get knight to e5 with an attack, with a further attack on the queen. And you might end up in some trouble, or you might lose material. So black may be forced to play queen to c5, but let's see how he responds, how she responds, rather. In the game, Simiyu, Jadon, and Waweru Davidson, we got an exchange of the bishop for the knight on b6. The queen took back. Then white continued with the h5, and now black pushed the b pawn to b4. Now, normally here you have several options as white. You can either go knight to e2, planning to go to g3, and possibly to f5, or you can go to d5 and force a trade of pieces there. So both of them seem equally interesting, but white chose to go knight to d5, forcing a trade of pieces there. Bishop took, pawn took, and then now Simiu played h6, trying to say that trying to prevent g5, but g5 still comes through. And the interesting idea would be, ah, wow, interesting, interesting. G5 was pushed, and we got a very interesting move from our opponent. Knight to e4. White fell into a very interesting tactic. Now there's a fork between the queen and the pawn on g5. And if you take the knight, you have the double exclam bishop takes on g5, pinning the queen and eventually winning it. Wow. And if you ignore the knight, you have knight to f2 coming. And very immediately you end up losing one of your rooks. Wow. This is a move you can very easily miss and very hard to expect. Knight to e4. What an exclamation of a move. Wow. Now in the under 9 section, we have the player from Namibia, a player from Zambia, that's Mutale Mumba Janelle, and Ihialo Hamutumwa from Namibia, who was not lost, actually. He has maximum points going against Mutale Mumba, a top player from Zambia. Let's see how the game went. So Mutale is white. She goes e4. We get e5. Okay, the king's pawn opening, knight to f3, knight to c6, bishop to c4. The Italian is on the board. Knight to f6, it's not a reply. d3, okay. We get the very early advance, pawn to d5. That's interesting. Pawn took, knight took, and then bishop moved to b5 to pin the knight. Bishop to b4, check by Ihialo Hamutumwa. We get c3, attacking the bishop. Bishop goes back to c5. We get knight takes. Knight taking the pawn on a5. Interesting. Because the knight on c6 is pinned. Now I would expect a response like queen to e7, just to pin the knight to the king. And that would probably force the bishop to take on c6. Pawn takes, and then, yeah. And then now white just castle from there. And pointing out that the king being in the center, the queen can't take the knight because of rook to e1. Okay, let's see how the game went. Let's see if black played queen to e7. Okay, black played queen to f6. We got d4, just defending the knight on e5 and attacking the bishop. Bishop went back. Then we got queen to e2. Okay. Queen to e2 probably with the idea of making a discovery towards the opponent's king. Now black seems like he should just castle or play a move like bishop to e6 to unpin. But it seems black played king to d8, which is a complete blunder. Wow. Now the game is just being concluded. Queen to e8 loses, king to d8 loses on the spot. Interesting. Because now we have bishop to g5. And if the queen takes, you have knight takes on f7, fucking the queen and the king. Wow. Let's see if the white player saw that. And she did play bishop to g5. Okay, now the queen is probably forced to take. You end up losing the queen for bishop. That's a tough exchange. Wow, okay. So black didn't take. Black left his queen hanging and tried to save the queen. But this just enters into a discovery. You just take the queen, and then when he takes you back, now you have another discovery to win another piece. Okay, wow. Let's see how the game continued. Now this is where it reached. Mutale Mumba has all the advantage. She has the time. Now let's see if she'll capitalize on it. Just now very easily bringing the point home. Because this now, the queen is lost, another piece is lost. And the game should just conclude a few moves from here. But being that our juniors are very tough and resilient, black may continue for a few moves, several moves later, until she's sure that the game has ended. No early resigning or anything similar. Wow, okay. Then the nines are bringing the heat on the board. The games have just started a few minutes ago, and apparently one is ending. Wow. Okay, let's go on to the under 15 girls, see how far they've reached. Okay, wow. In this position, remember, we left off where this is Kalokizuri against Boiler Margaret. We left the game at a point where Black played queen to c7, bishop came to g3 to attack the queen. Queen went to queen to f5 to avoid the attack, and then Ozuri played queen to e5, trying to force a queen exchange. Because it's double attack between the queen and the bishop. Now we see that the opponent didn't want a queen exchange. She went back all the way to d8 to defend the bishop on e7. And then Ozuri played knight b to d2, just carrying on with the development. Now we should expect a move like rook to e8, trying to make a discovery against the queen, because the queen seems to be actively placed on e5, but also easily susceptible to an attack. So if an attack comes, the queen will be a bit fragile. So let's see how it went. So it was played rook to e8. Now the queen has to move. Queen to c7, trying to force a trade of queens again. Let's see how our opponent played. Queen took, bishop took, and then now we expect a move like rook a to c8 to attack the bishop on c7. That's our current expectation. Let's see if this is what was played. Yeah, exactly. Rook a to e8. Simple idea. Now the bishop should just move back, probably all the way to g3, where is safest. Yeah. Now black should try and continue with activating his pieces. Probably a move like bishop to c6 would do something. Bishop to c6. We expect a move like knight to e5 to attack the bishop on c6, and then I just push the bishop forward to d5. Why it's a bit fragile, but also it's okay. Another idea would be just to ignore the attack on the bishop and just carrying on with your development. Probably a move like bishop to f8 to activate the rook, or bishop to d6 might work. So we are currently waiting to see how black plays, how black responds. Let's go to the game between Simiu Jedun and Davidson Mugo. We see how that went on. Now in that position, let's go back a few moves, see how the game went on from where we left off. So we had left off at this point where black played h6 to prevent white from going g5. But white went g5 anyway, overlooking the tactic knight to e4. Okay, queen to g2 was played. Doesn't want to lose the queen. Bishop took on g5 with check. Then f4. Wow, opening up an attack towards the knight. Okay, let's see if the game continued. Bishop took on f4. The king moved. Then the knight went back to g5, guarding the open file on the g file, guarding the g file. This is interesting. Now we should expect a move like knight to d2 to e4, trying to put some pressure on the knight. But it seems like black has a very solid grip on his king side. It's very hard to break through, and his idea is very simple, just to push the a pawn. a5, f4, attack the knight, and probably double up on the c file and just finish the attack. Wow. So white has given up 2 pawns. Black has a passed pawn on the e file. His king seems safe because there are several pieces guarding it. And now his attack should just flow through from here. Very easy to see. Okay. We get bishop to d3, and now black continues his attack with a5. Queen goes to g4. Probably planning queen to f5, but given that the knight is guarding the h7 pawn, possibly an idea might be to play rook d to g1 and capture the knight so that now you can deliver checkmate on h7. Okay, very bold idea by Davidson, but let's see if it works. Let's see if it works. So the move a4, just playing f4, playing the a pawn to a4 and see how that carries forward might be interesting. If f4, we get queen to f5. With queen to f5, you can try to play your f8 rook to. You might try to play f8 rook to e8, and the plan being that if rook d to g1, trying to eliminate the knight, now you play a move like e4, trying to force a trade of bishops. Now if the bishop takes, you take with the knight, and the queen takes the bishop on f4, and then you follow it up with a move like a king to h8. Now your king is a bit safe. You've managed to trade off some important pieces, and you're good. You're good to go. You're good to go. Let's see how Simu continued. Yeah, he did continue with f4. Okay, interesting. Now let's see how Davidson responds. His plan is to go queen to f5, then rook d to g1 and capture the knight on g5, forcing checkmate on h7. How do you stop this plan? Some ideas: rook f to e8, rook d to g1, attacking the knight, and you'll be fine. You'll be safe because now you have an escape square on the f and e7 of pawns. Those squares are now free to escape your king. That's if white tries to sack the rook for the knight. Okay, let's give it some time and see how they continue.
Okay, as the games are going on, let us try and look at how board 11 went, and that is a game between Mutual Cherry Chepchirchir and Agnes Mary. So on the board we started, we saw e4, e5, and then knight f3, knight to c6. Then we had knight to c3. Let's see how black responded to that. Knight bishop to c5. That seems like a mistake because we have a knight takes on e5. That is winning a pawn. I don't know how Mary responded. Let's see how Mary continued. Yeah, we have a knight takes on e5. Then let's say for some tactics here, now black can take on f2, which seems like a mistake also, because currently we have knight takes on e5, but it will be met with d4. Let's see how black went for bishop takes on f2. Now white does not have an option other than capturing, taking on f2. Yeah, white has to take on f2, and black probably now can take on e5. From this point, I think black is a tempo down, has wasted a move, even though black has managed to recover the pawn that he had lost. But in this position, I think black has lost a tempo, is a tempo down. Because the knight has to be chased. I think the knight now is moving for the third time. And we normally teach our students that you should not move your piece, let's say, too many times before you finish development. And you see the knight came all the way from B to C, then to E. Then it has to go back to, I think, knight to C6, because it has to run away. Yeah, the pawns are harassing the knight. From here, I'm expecting white to kind of manual castle, because white cannot castle normally now, since the king was forced to take on f2. Now I'm expecting white to play the bishop to c4, then later on follow with, let's say, knight to f1, then manual castle. Let's see how white continued. Yeah, white decided to play bishop to e3, which I feel she was trying to develop her pieces, but it was kind of unnecessary. I expected white to play bishop to c4 in preparation for manual castling. Okay, let's see. Black should also try and castle as early as possible, because black is down a tempo and is behind in development. Let's see how black continued from this position. Black continued with d6. I think in preparation, black is trying to prepare to develop the light squared bishop, and later on maybe play a move like knight to f6, then knight to g4. I think that is the plan that black has. At the moment, white is a bit okay. I think what white needs to do from here is play the bishop, the light squared bishop, out to c4 in preparation for manual castling. The move was played, bishop to c4, preparing for manual castling, and again activating the bishop, because the bishop on c4 is eyeing at the king, and if black is not careful, the pawn might be harassed. Let's see how black continued. I'm expecting black to play knight to f6 in preparation for castling, because bishop to c4 is posing threats. We can see queen to f3, and in order to stop that, black has to play, I think, knight to f6. Let's see how black continued from this position. Yeah, black to f6 had to be played to stop moves like queen to f3 and threats, possible mate threats. From this position, black is planning to fork on knight to g4, and I think to stop this, white has to play a move like a rook to e1. I'm expecting rook to e1 or rook to f1. Let's see how white continued with the from this position. Rook to e1, so that if knight g4 comes, now our king has somewhere to escape, and at the same time we are defending the bishop. Let's see how black continued. Black castled. Black is trying to get the king to safety first before trying moves like a knight to g4 or even a bishop to g4, which can be troublesome for white. So let's see how white responded. I'm expecting king to g1, because you need to get your king safe. Yeah, king to g1 was played. This move is nice, getting your king to safety first before trying to strike at the center. Because at the moment we might see moves like e5, which this pawn will harass the knight. We also have bishop moves like bishop to g5, then later on e5. And before you do that, you need to get your king to safety first. I think that is what white is planning. Let's see how black responded. We are seeing moves to rook to e8. What is rook to e8 doing? Attacking the pawn on e4 twice. From this position, I think I'm expecting white to pin the knight, and that move will invite moves like e5, because the knight will be pinned at that from that position. Let's see how white continued. Yeah, bishop to g5 was played. Now there are threats. We have threats like e5 coming. This bishop needs to be chased away. But how is black going to chase it away? Because the bishop move is quite annoying. The queen cannot move away because of the double pawns. If bishop takes on f6, then g takes on f6, black will be forced to have double pawns. And we also have an annoying pin, pin on f7, which can invite moves like queen to f3, then later on exploit this weakness on f7. So let's see how black responded from this position. Yeah, this bishop needs to be chased away because it's annoying. And what will white do here? If you move away, I'm expecting moves like bishop to h4. Bishop to h4, you are inviting g5, and if black plays g5, black will be overstretching and creating weaknesses from the kingside castle point. So I'm expecting white to play a move like bishop to h4, maintaining the pin and trying to harass the knight because the knight cannot move away. From bishop to h4, white will be comfortable to continue with the knight to d5 because of the pin is still there. Let's see how white responded from that position. White takes on f6. This move is also nice because if queen takes on f6, then we have moves like rook to f1, and rook to f1 is attacking the queen, and the queen cannot move away because we have bishop takes on f7 with winning a rook. So I think from this position, black will be forced to take with the pawn, which is a little bit scary because you're opening up for the king. The king will be exposed and it will be naked. I'm expecting black to capture with the pawn because the queen will invite. If black captures with the queen, white will play f1, rook f1, definitely. Let's see how black responded to this. Yeah, black is forced to pick with the pawn. And from this position, white can still play rook to f1, or I'm expecting a move like queen to h5, which still attacks the pawn on f7, and also attacking the pawn on h6. And for black to respond positively, I think black has to defend the pawn on f7. Let's see how black responded from this position. Now we have queen to h7, h5. What queen to h5 does, we've said, it invites bishop captures on f7 or queen captures on f7, and at the same time, this queen is also attacking. It's also harassing this pawn on h6. The best way for black to continue is to defend the pawn because this pawn is very weak and it needs to be defended. So how can black proceed from here? Well, we have a rook to e7, so that rook to e7 will be a little bit weak. We have rook to f7, rook to f8. Rook to f8 defends the pawn and also gives the queen an opportunity to defend the pawn on f6. Let's see how black continues from this position. This is the position now we have on the board, and we'll give them some time and see how they continue from the position. Let's have a look at other games. Back to Jadon Simiu's game, and versus Waweru Dadson. We left the game where Simiu Jadon had pushed on f1. That was move 22. From this position, how can white respond? This position is scary. The knight is attacked, and we have moves like a knight to d2. We also have knight to c1. But I think knight to d2 is a little bit good because this knight can jump to e5. It also has an opportunity to jump to f3, just to try and harass this knight and try and penetrate through the g file. Because with the knight sitting on the g file, it will be hard for black to. It will be hard for white to have an attack. So black has to deal with the knight coming to f3, trying to dislodge this knight out. So let's see how white proceeds. I'm expecting white to play on knight to d2. Then the knight will later on jump to f3, trying to chase the knight away. White plays knight to d4. Okay, if black takes on d5, then this bishop falls, and it is something that you don't want to do because white pieces will now be active. If black picks on d4, then white will be okay now. With the queen captures on f4, then later on queen to f5 to try and checkmate black on h7. I think black should not capture the pawn. Let's see how black continued. Black continued with the moves like a3. Okay, what a3 does is black wants to open up the b file, which is something that white will not want to do. So white will be forced to play b3. And with the lack of the dark squared bishop for white, it's a little bit scary because we'll have moves like queen to c3, trying to get the queen to c3, then checkmate white on b2. So what whites need to do is push on b3 at the moment. Then we continue with moves like a knight to e2 to prevent the black queen from ever getting to c3. Let's see how white responded. White played knight f5. What is knight f5 doing? That is a nice outpost at the moment. Currently, black has an option of taking on b2. Then later on, play moves like queen to a4. Yeah? Yeah, congratulations. But sasa, you guys na kamingi. From this position now, black has an option of capturing on b2. Then we have a plan of maybe queen to a5, then later on takes on a2, which will be dangerous for white. Let's see how black continues. Yeah, a takes on b2. A takes on b2 is expected. And now what will white do here? Now, because we have a plan of queen to a5, then later on queen takes on a2 will be very, very dangerous for white. White needs to deal with this pawn on a2 by playing maybe bishop to c4, then later on bishop to b3. Let's see what white does from this position. White proceeds with knight to e7. That's a check. Black needs to get out. What is the plan here? The plan now is to move the knight to c6. Or The other variation is knight to h6, which seems like a blunder. But black has a nice plan here. We have queen to a7 or queen to a5. Black has a clear plan here. We have a weakness on a2, which black can exploit by either playing queen to a5 or queen to a7. Queen to a7 will be good because black will be attacking the knight and also attacking the a2 square. So at the moment, black needs to play. The only move is king to h8. Yeah, so I'm expecting moves like bishop c4, trying to address the weakness on a2, so that if black plays to a7, trying to attack the knight and also the a2 square, the a2 square will be defended and the knight can be saved now. White goes with knight to g6. This one looks like a blunder. The knight is sacrificing himself because we have f takes on g6. And remember, black has a very solid position from here. The king is well defended. The knight on h5 can never be dislodged from that square. The bishop on f4 is also doing a nice job by reinforcing the defense on the knight and also on the pawn. So here we have f takes on g6, which should be played, yes. Then white needs to go with h takes g6, because if ed takes, bishop takes on g6, we'll have moves like queen to a7 or queen to a5, and it will be hard for black to defend on a2. This bishop needs to stay here, just in case the a2 square is attacked twice. The bishop will be around to defend the pawn. Let's see how black continues from here. Now we get h takes on g6 on the board, as expected. Now black has a plan here. The a2 is weak and needs to be attacked. At the moment, we also have bishop to c1. Bishop to c1 defends the pawn because the pawn is weak, and now it has to be defended. Let's see what black plays from here. Black takes on a2. Okay, let's see. If black takes on, white takes on a2, we'll be having queen check. Queen will check on either a4, a5, sorry, a5, a7. If king takes on b3, now the queen will jump very active on a3 with a check, and the white king will be exposed. But I think this is a blunder. Rook takes on a2 seems like a blunder. Let's see how white continues. Let's give them some time. This is the current position. Let's have a look at Cherry and Mary Agnes game. Let's get back to this game.
So niweke yani? Niweke yani? Hii ni yake. Hebu type si niweke.
This was our position. Where move 13. Queen. White had played queen to h5, attacking the pawn on f7, and as well as attacking the pawn on h6. Now, black needs to defend both pawns, the pawn on f7 and on h. And the best way to defend it, I think, black should play rook to f8. I'm expecting rook to f8 or rook to e7, but rook to e7 seems like a blunder. So let's see how black continued. Okay, rook, king to g7. This one seems like a blunder because now we have American pick on f7 with a check. Then black will be forced to play to h8. Then we'll see now the queen coming back to g6, attacking the pawn on h6, which I don't know how black will defend it. Let's see how white continues. Yeah, we see queen captures on f7. Now black is forced to go back to h8. Then later on, queen jumps back to g6. Let's see how black, king h8 was played. Then, queen to g6 has to be played. Now, how does black defend the pawn on h6? This position is scary for black, because if queen takes on h6, this is a mate. This is an instant mate. So how does black prevent this mate if white picks on? Even if the pawn moves away, the queen still plays on goes to h6, which is a mate. And for black to defend this mate, I think bishop e6 has to be played, so that if white captures on h6, now it will not be a checkmate. Rook e7 was played. Now this is also another blunder because we start with white will start with picking on f7, the check. We have queen takes on h6. We also have queen takes on f6. Let's see how white proceeded. This is the current position on the board. Let us give them some time and see how the game continues from this position. Going back to board 13, where Bwala versus Kaloki Zuri is.
Tusaidie tuone kwa screen huko.
Basi msiona basi. Ring. Back on it.
The left from Ghana.
So this is Bwalia, Margaret from Zambia, and we have Zuri Kaloki from Kenya.
Commented.
Here we have Bwala, Margaret, playing against Kaloki. We were at move number 18, where Bishop G3 was played. This is a nice move, saving the bishop and also trying to maintain the attack on the diagonal, the dark diagonal. Let's see how black has responded. We see bishop c5 on the board, and what this move does is trying to put pressure on the f2 file, and also opening up the file for the rook to jump to either e2 or rook to e6, with the idea of maybe doubling the rooks and trying to get active on the e file. Let's see what white does. I'm expecting moves like the knight to jump to e5, because it's a nice square for the bishop, for the knight. Sorry. Black is planning moves like bishop to b5, which will try and dislodge the knight, the rook on f1. Let's see how white continue. Yeah, the rook has to be played there because we are expecting a move like bishop to b5 from black. And from this position, I think black should not pick, because the open files are always good for the rooks. And if black picks on e1, then white will take the file. Let's see how black proceeded from this position. Yeah, we see f6 on the board, and f6 is trying to block this knight move here. See, initially we had white had an idea of taking the knight to e5, and now this f6 move is trying to prevent the knight move. Let's see how white continues from this position. We see knight to e4, trying to harass the bishop and chase the bishop away. And also, if this knight jumps to d6, it will be a fork. So at the moment, the knight is chasing the bishop and also trying to eye the d6 square for the knight. Let's see how black responds from this position. Okay, black has to maintain the defense of the d6 square while trying to save the bishop. This bishop is so active on this diagonal, and I think this bishop needs to be retreated back. Let's say bishop to f8. I'm expecting bishop to f8. Yeah, bishop to f8 was played, trying to maintain the defense of the d6 square. Now white has to take the d file by playing rook on a to d8. White is so active at the moment. I'm expecting rook to d1 to be played. Yes. Rook to d1 is putting pressure on the knight, and the knight has to be defended or run away from this square. And I'm expecting moves like bishop to c6, and the bishop to c6, it's doing two things: defending the knight and also opening up an attack on this knight on e4. So bishop to c6 has to be played from this position. Yeah. What the move does is it's defending the knight and also planning on future attacking plans on the e4 knight. Okay. We see knight to d6. These moves, it forces an exchange. The dark squared bishop. This dark squared bishop initially was very active, and white is trying to force the trades of the dark squared bishop, which I think white will have an advantage.
And black, I think from that position also black has an in-between move with the check first, the rook, then exchange there, then later picking on that one, picking the knight.
Yeah, true. Black can also take on e1
with that tempo.
But that one will be giving white an edge, because this is an open file, and open files are always good for the rooks. At the moment, black is forced to pick on d6. Let's see what black does from this position. Black takes on e1, and now white is forced to pick on e1, either with the rook or the knight. But capturing with the rook is the best option because white will be taking on the open file now. Let's see what white does from this. Yeah, now we see rook takes on e1. Now black is forced to save the rook because now the rook is saved. Black can take on d6 with the bishop, which does not look nice for him. Let's see what black does. Saves the rook, trying and maintaining the dark squared bishop in the game, because at this position, black really needs this dark squared bishop and also trying to maintain the bishop pair. We see knight to f6 played, f5, sorry, knight to f5 played, and what this move is doing is trying to invite the g6 so that black can overstretch, and also later on, if this knight gets out, we'll have moves like knight to e5, knight to e7. This knight move is trying to provoke black and push on g6. Let's see how black responds from this position. Yeah, he's trying to invite black to push on g6, and knight has to retreat to h4, trying to attack the pawn, and then later on black will be forced to defend the pawn. So I'm expecting white to play knight to h4, but we see knight to d4. This move is eyeing on e6. White is really in need of this dark squared bishop.
So I think from this place, white is trying to eliminate one of the bishop. You know, when you have two bishops in the game and this kind of position, so white is trying to fight to eliminate one of the bishops so that at least he can work with either the black squared bishop. So I think the next move for white, with that move to knight to d4, is preparing another move of knight to e6 with a fork on the rook and the bishop and the dark squared bishop.
True, Coach Brian. You say with the double square bishop pair on the board, black can fight on this game. And now, if white is able to eliminate one of the bishop, especially this dark squared bishop, white will be okay in this game. And I think that is what white is planning. Now we see black again keeps the bishop, and I think black has a very nice knowledge of bishop pairs, and that is why black is trying to keep the bishop on the
from
game.
That position, black has already noticed that the white knight wants to jump on e6. Now that's why he has played the bishop there to avoid knight move to e6.
Let's see how white responds from this position. And this position, I think white is a little bit okay. With the open file, rook has taken that file. Any day the knight can jump on e6, either to try and provoke, because if knight plays itself to e6, now black has to exchange one of the bishops, either by capturing on e6 or saving the rook. Then white takes on f8. Let's see how white proceeds. Yeah, white forks the knight and the bishop, and now black has to exchange one of the bishops. From this position, I think picking is the best option. But black has also rook to e8.
Sure.
Then after knight picks on f8, now can exchange the rooks and then capture the knight on f8. Niliacha kama nani amesaka hapa. We have this game on board 5. We left it at move 27, where black had sacrificed the rook on a2. Let's see how white continued from this position. We had bishop to f5. Wow, this is great. How does black continue from this position? Now we are expecting moves like the rook on f to be played on to a8, or we might also see queen to a7 or queen to a5. Let's see what black does from this position. Yeah, queen to a7 was played, and queen to a7 is a threat because we have made threats, mate in let's say 3 moves or 2 moves from that position. And how does black respond to this? Because now the plan for black is quite clear. We play the rook to a1, then later on queen to a3, which I think it will be a checkmate from that position. And how does white respond to this? I think playing moves like a3, trying to open up for the king to run away. Let's see what white does. Yeah, a4 was playing, trying to open up for the king to escape. Now we have moves like rook to a1. Should be played by black. Rook to a1 should be played. Let's see how black continues. Black plays to b3, trying to block the escape route for the king. What should white do here now? I think white should try and open up for the king further, because if black plays rook to a1, white will be forced to capture on b2. Then we'll have moves on like queen to a3. Then the king will run away through the c3 square. Let's see how white proceeds. This is the current position on the board. So let's give them some time and see how the game will go on. But I think the position is scary for white. Black has a very nice solid position with the knight on g5. The king cannot be attacked easily, not unless white decides and sacrifice on h5 to get some counter attack.
Very interesting games going on here. This is Davidson Mugo against Simiu Jedon. Simiu played his last move as b3. The idea is to keep the king from escaping. The king now can no longer go here when a check comes on a1. But I see this plan of rook to a1 check. The king is forced to take on b2, and continuing with the idea of rook to a2 again. Now the king is forced to go to b1, and then you have this queen to f2 idea. with the plan of just checkmating on B1 on a B2. That's very interesting. Very, very interesting. Rook to A1, king takes here, then rook comes back to A2 with check. If king goes upwards like this, yeah, you have queen here. Queen to E3 with a check. Now our opponent is forced to block that check. But when he blocks the check, now we have this. If he blocks with the rook, how do we proceed? Very interesting. Okay. You see, Black decided to sack his rook. So he thought the position was. So he's clutching on the last straws here, trying to see if he can find something in the position. Let's see if there's anything. After the rook sacks, the pawn takes, and what's his plan? Because now that the queen is on A7, it's covering the whole file. So there may not be any mating ideas, because the queen covers those spots very well. A move like if the pawn takes back, a move like, and the queen comes to H5 to attack the pawn, a move like queen to G7 just holds the position together, and there's no direct continuation that wins anything. So it's very interesting.
A1.
What?
Can you go like rook A1, check, and then queen A3, then B2?
Is that checkmate?
It's coming.
Let's try and see. We have a suggestion here to see how black can finish his attack. So if black plays rook to A1, the king is supposed to take here. And then how do you continue? You play queen to A3 here.
Yeah.
The king is supposed to go here.
Then push.
Then you push the pawn with the check. Okay, I see. Making a discovered check.
Then he has to go to C2.
The king can either go to C2. C2 is the only place he can play.
And the king can't go to C2. There's a rook.
Oh yeah.
No, the rook's on
C2.
A1.
The rook is on A1. You push this pawn here, making a discovered check to the king, and then you push the pawn. You push the pawn.
King C2.
So the king goes to C2. Then you promote the pawn.
No, wait.
It feels like if you promote the pawn when the king is on C2, the rook will just take it.
Oh, I thought it was check.
Because the rook is on A1 at that moment. Yeah. Okay. Interesting idea. Interesting idea here. But from that position, if the rook takes, now the king, now the rook comes back. The rook to A1 comes back to check.
Or then if you have the check, rook C1 after king C2.
King to C2. You have rook to C1. If you, actually, that's interesting. King to C2 check. After rook to C1 check, our opponent is it looks like he's forced to grab to capture the rook. So he takes the rook with he takes the rook, and then you take back with the pawn promoting. And then the other rook is forced to take. And then you take with the queen again. And then our opponent now has to go to D3. Then our queen to D2 mates. Okay. A very interesting and a long line.
Variation.
Yeah, long variation from one of our top players here. Let's first see how black responded to the sack on A6. So he took back, queen went to H5, and then now, okay, now the operation is on. Simi continued with the Rook to he ignored the attack on the pawn and continued with rook to s7, rook to a1. Possibly he has seen something that will end in either checkmate or a very strong material loss. So let's see how the opponent responded. He took, then queen to a3, king to c3, only move from the check. Now the pawn was pushed. Okay. It seems Simiyu has seen a forcing line here. So now the king is forced to go to c2. Let's see if the opponent sees the continuation. Rook to c1. Wow, okay. All the lines that have been suggested here are being played on the board. This is very impressive. Very impressive showing by Simiyu. Okay. Now the opponent. Now it's white to play, and it seems to not have any response.
There are no any positive response from white at this moment. Because if he takes with the rook, they promote there with a check. And that one will be a checkmate. If he takes with the rook, I think that will be a checkmate. For sure, yeah.
Yeah, very interesting.
And now these are the forcing moves. Now it's forced to react to this move. Now the only logical move here, you see the king has been cut, it cannot access the third rank. The white king cannot access the third rank, there's a queen there. There's no way he can block this check, so it is forced to pick. The rook.
Wow.
It's forced to pick with the rook.
Is this the end of the game?
Picking with the rook. Black promotes here. Black promotes. It's gonna promote with a checkmate, kind of.
Wow.
Now I think white is just waiting for his last breath.
Yeah, for essentially resignation here. Because it seems like white has only one forced move, and that's to take the rook.
Take the rook.
Yeah, once the rook is taken, we have the very immediate queen. Yeah, promotion to a queen with a checkmate on the board. Wow.
And even if you promote it into a rook. What about into a rook?
Yeah, even a promotion to a rook is also leads to checkmate. Wow. So, very interesting play by Simiyu Jadon. Fantastic as usual. Very nice showing. Now we're just waiting for the opponent to make his final first move, and then we see how they shake hands. Simiyu takes the win home.
So I think this one is definitely over.
Yeah, this one is done. Let's check the other one. The other interesting game was between Kadoki Zuri and Boilia Margaret. Let's see how the game carried on. So we left off when they exchanged the knight on e6. So the rook took, and then now the pawn was pushed to g6. Possibly he was afraid of the knight jumping to h4 to attack the pawn on g6. So he decided to push the pawn to prevent the knight jump. Okay, that's okay. That's fair. The rook went back, possibly with the intention of now creating space for the knight to jump to e6.
d6?
Yeah, from knight to d4 to knight to e6. That is possibly the idea of white. What do you make of this position?
This position at the moment, both sides are fighting. Both sides are fighting. Somehow look even. But we'll wait. Let's wait and see what will transpire.
Yeah. It looks like an equal position. White has an extra pawn, so she might try to push for something more than just a draw with that extra pawn.
Sure.
White has an extra pawn on the queen side, and let's see if she can push for something more with that. Because as we know, Kaloki Zuri is a fighter, so she intends to play the game to the very end and try to get something out of the position. But a very interesting showing. Their time difference is currently quite big. We have Kaloki Zuri at 37 minutes and Margaret at 58 minutes. So Kaloki definitely using her time to find the best moves. Oh yeah, the time changed. They continued. Okay, that's 34 for Kaloki Zuri and 48 for Margaret.
Okay.
Interesting.
So the king is also, as the black king has started to join the party. Black king has started to join the party. So
Let's wait for the response. Let's move on to the game Manyeki, Nathaniel and Shauria Daniv. Let's see how that game is going on. Okay, this is the game. Okay, let's continue on with this and see how the game is going. So Manyeki playing as black here. Afinke to Sicilian was the opening that was played here. Okay, just developing the rook. Knight comes to e5, looking for an exchange of knights there. Rook goes to e8. Okay, that's fine. Now knight now goes back to attack the bishop on c5. The bishop is drawn back all the way to s7. That's standard. Then this is where now the game has reached.
so it is white's turn to play.
Yeah.
I think
Who here seems to have a better grip of on the position? Is it black or is it white?
not really. I think at this position it's early to decide. But I think white has something like maybe planning a pin by bishop to g5, pinning the knight to the queen somehow,
Okay, interesting.
which for at the moment.
Then how about h6? How do you go about h6 after bishop to g5?
After bishop to g5, so there it's upon you to decide whether you're gonna take. If you take, you introduce the queen to the party. So bishop g5. Definitely
yeah,
expect
exactly.
that
You
one.
have bishop to g5 on the board.
So after that one takes, so you can decide to bring the bishop back to h4. In any case, black plays h6, or you can decide to also, because you know if you take the knight there, then the queen definitely will come to the party.
Yeah.
And now with that one, the queen to the party, you see, I think that one won't look so good at the moment because though the square f2 is protected by the rook and the knight, but it's also attacked now, it will be attacked by the black bishop and the queen at the same time. So in any case, they manage to displace this knight, they can start to attack.
Okay. So possibly white is planning to exchange the bishop for the knight and then go forward with the knight to f4
Okay.
to attack the pawn on d5 several times, 4 times in fact. Now, the pawn will probably be forced to be pushed forward. When the pawn is pushed forward, now you have this idea of oh wow, okay, bishop takes on f6 is actually a very strong threat. If the queen takes, you have this knight to f4 idea, attacking the pawn on d5 4 times. If the pawn is pushed, you have this idea of knight to e4, attacking the queen, and also the threat of knight to d6 with a fork on the rocks. That's interesting. So queen is forced to go to e7, not even to e7 or to d8. And now I think white will be more active, possibly with the threat of trying to win the pawn on e6 with the intention of playing bishop to h3 if the rook takes. That's a very clean idea. So some activity might be seen here. If white decides to exchange on f6, you might see some activity here. Okay.
If you are, if am I okay?
Yeah, you want to say something? Okay, we are currently going through the game Kaloki, Zuri, and Margaret. The move on the board is a3, attacking the knight, trying to force the knight to move back before we get an attacking move by white. Possibly the knight might go to d3, or even knight to d5. But without idea. Knight to d5, just holding the position together possibly. But knight to d5 now blocks the rook's attack on d1 with check. Now you can play after knight to d5. Now you can go knight to e6. Just attacking the rook and trying to see how will black respond. Rook to e8 might be played. Just a double attack on the knight. And then I might consider taking the bishop on f8. That may be a consideration. Or just holding the position and playing knight to f4. Knight to f4, trying to force a rook exchange. Okay, this is interesting. Knight to c6 not very good because now white can exchange the knights and separate your pawns. Now it will be easy targets. But it seems like black has problems on the light squares in this position. The light squares are very open for the knight to jump around. But how useful are the light squares? That's a question we need to consider. The light squares are free for use, but how useful are they? Knight to d5. Knight to e6. Knight to d5. Knight to e6. Rook to e8. Then you might consider playing knight to c7, but that ends up trading the knights. Possibly after okay, playing knight to d5, knight to e6, rook to e8. Knight to f4 might be a nice try. Knight to f4, just trying to exchange everything and go into the bishop endgame with a pawn up as white. Just knight to f4, trading rooks, trading the knights, and then go into the bishop endgame, a pawn up as white, and see if you can convert that. That seems to be one of the options available for white here. Because that extra pawn on the queen side might count later on in the endgame. It's an extra tempo, bishops the same color, it might count. So we'll see how they continue from here.
Yeah, this is a game where earlier on, after about 3 moves, it looked like they're indicating a 1-0 score. That must have been an error.
Yeah.
But you know what the error was, or it's just...
yeah, I consulted with the GT operator, and the error was with the site, not with the machines. Yeah.
Okay.
Because another on chess.com it was fine, but on Lichess, the issue was still there.
Yeah, so looks like an interesting position. White is a pawn up, but again, a lot of play, rooks on the board. As you said correctly, same colored bishops gives a bit of an advantage. It's a queenside majority that can become a pass pawn later, but it's still a little bit tricky. What I'm not very comfortable about is the stretch of black pawns. They are too far
Yeah,
extended.
yeah.
Although you can argue that the white blacking is a bit more active. So that's quite. Anyway, that will give it a slow burn. It's a game that will take a couple of moves. It will end now.
Yeah.
Which other games have you looked at? Yan Weilun and Suja Jora? This is done? Or this is not transmitting?
Yeah, this is still going on.
Oh, interesting. Birds opening by Suja Jora. Let me see what was played. D5. So there's an interesting line against this birds opening called the From's Gambit,
Okay.
where you play the move E5,
And then you also play
you give a
D6.
second
Wow,
pawn, picks, then bishop takes here. Now there's a serious threat. Let's say you play a random move because you just love playing random moves. Then you do a check here, pick, and actually you can pick with your queen on
Your
G.
queen, yeah.
Oops! Oh, that's not good. You take the queen, but in fact, it's a simple checkmate.
Boss
So because of
checkmate,
that threat, after this move already, black has a serious threat. So white must stop this check,
Yeah.
and we actually renew the threat by playing this move. Very active. You must know your opening lines. Then this move is played. Again, you chase the knight, and this wonderful move. There are a couple of moves here for white to play, but one of the best is d4. Again, you want to kick this knight out of the where it is. This is essentially forced, although they can try coming back. This doesn't entirely work as expected because it allows for these kinds of moves. So one of the best moves, actually probably the best move in this position is to pick. Picks back. No, not that. That will be a mistake. Pick back. And then now there's still a threat, which is this. So again, if you play a random move like develop your knight, yeah, give me that. Okay, the rook falls. So instead of that, white will probably play a move like this.
Yeah. Or even a bishop. Yeah. I'll go even bishop to G2.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then this is still a threat.
Okay. Yeah. Well, yeah. With the discovered check on
Discover
G3.
check, exactly. So
Yeah.
again, one more developing move. Pick. Pick. And yes, you may think that if I take this, I can take this and you take my rook. So you have two bishops for a knight, but in fact, the bishop is looking at the rear end as
Yeah,
well and is
yeah.
able to pick from there. So anyway, from Gambit, have a look at it. It's probably one of the more active defenses against the bird's opening. But then you can also play it as a reverse Dutch, which is not an opening I like. And yeah. Are you an expert in these lines?
No.
Not an expert
Yeah.
in, okay. Yeah, so anyway, a quick development, very nice. Oh, this is an interesting move. What was the plan? Oh yeah, there's a G6, G7 pawn. I'm not sure. Yeah, you've lost your bishop pair. There's a certain, what I don't like about this position is, white has a bishop pair, which is fantastic. But the pawn structure, white's pawn structure is, okay, the pawns are kind of fine, it can be corrected, they can move, but
Yeah.
as it is now, it's not painting like the best, most beautiful picture in the world.
Yeah.
And there's a bit of stretch, and there's a bit of weakness on some of these dark squares. Maybe I'm reading too much into it, maybe white is just better, let's see what the engine says. Yeah, white is just better.
Okay.
Bishop pair is good enough, okay, fair enough. Respect the bishops.
So castling and
Castles.
then. Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah, if I thought this was a possibility,
Because if you don't push immediately, if you castle instead of pushing, yeah, queen to G3 was an idea. Just targeting the pawn several times.
but then just simple castle as engine suggests, let's take that off. Because you may think this is, the pawn can't pick, but again there's a queen that can pick, there is a, and there's a knight that can pick as well, so both these options exist. Anyway, we don't have other moves from that board. Let's look at the second board. This is Amit Bodapati versus Allen Nadine Tungamira. These are both from, this is Mozambique, is it? Zimbabwe, yes, Zimbabwe, sorry.
Yeah.
Zimbabwe, So we have...
So it's a Zimbabwean affair.
Oh, no,
Both
Zimbabwean
players from
affair. Yes. And Karokan. Okay, this is the main line Karokan. Oh, interesting. I'm not very well versed with this particular line. Normally, what we're expecting, moves like this.
Bishop to F5.
Bishop to F5.
Yeah.
Then there's this move. And I used to play this line quite a bit. But every time I found my pawn on h4 becoming a little bit weak. This was way before Stockfish started playing h4 for every move.
Yeah.
Like it became a grandmaster move. Yeah, but and this was the main line. I think it's kind of fine. I think one of the other active lines you can play against the Karokan is the pan of Botvinnik, which is pick here, then play this move. If you're listening, the Karokan is very solid. Karokan players will hate you if you play the pan of Botvinnik, but you have to study it. Don't just play it. And I think there was a very nice win yesterday by Jamie Obora, who played the pan of Botvinnik. He ended up pushing the pawn to c5, pawn storming, and black just couldn't recover, couldn't see the ball. Very good game. And then, of course, there is the all-time tricky favorite, which is basically the fantasy, which can also be played. But actually, in the Karokan, there's an interesting line which Ben Magana did teach some of the juniors at some point. And I think it starts like this. I don't remember the entire line, but I do remember that against Sana, this very strong lady from Uganda, I was teaching them some chess, and she whipped out the line moves from Ben Magana, and I found myself in a pretty bad position as a coach, as black, and I was a coach coaching these young men, young men and ladies. So very interesting line. I think you don't play d4. I think you'll end up playing something like this or something of this nature.
The two knights.
Yeah, two knights, yeah. Okay. And yeah. Anyway, so let's see what happened in this case. Main line, I think already knight to d7 is a surprise. I suspect they want to put a knight on d6 and take back with the knight. Moving a piece 2 times in the opening, generally not a good idea. I'm not sure what the plan is. Yeah, I'm not sure that's a good move. I'm definitely not sure that's a good move. Yeah, so quick developing moves. Maybe it's opening theory, I'm not sure. Yeah, this would be very strong if black had castled, but even then the knight can come to f6. Queen takes there. But here, basically, it's just a wasted move. Opposite side castling. Fireworks coming up. Or same side castling. I take that back. Queen out. Knight to e5. Yeah, so this is the kind of move that you really want to ask the player to explain a little bit. What's the idea? What's the plan? You see, pawns can't move back.
Yeah.
The only thing I'm seeing from this is that it's gaining space, number one. It's probably getting ready to pick a pawn getting to f4, meaning controlling that square. Maybe it's getting an outpost where the knight can go to, and h5 and f4. But I'm not sure that is part of a concrete plan.
Yeah, it doesn't, because I see this idea of h4 immediate after g5, the immediate h4, just trying to break upon his pawns.
Exactly.
That is what was played.
Yeah.
And you can't push it because you're under attack several times there. So the rook now comes there, and the pawn is taken.
And the open file is what? Is that a mouse slip?
Yeah, it may be an error.
Okay, it's a board error.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. I hope this is the correct position though, because it's maybe this is let's assume picks, and then we have c5 on the board.
Yeah.
And this is probably where we are. Nice break, trying to undermine this knight here by picking. This looks like a move we can consider, but then the end result is we'll end up with an isolated pawn after the capture.
Yeah.
So interesting game there. Zimbabwean affair. We are seeing a game on Saudi Joshua has lost. I saw the game earlier on and I thought his position was better at the beginning, but it's gone. This looks like it's a Sicilian dragon. Interesting play. Actually, do you know why this move cannot be played at this juncture? Right now, so one of the key problems in the Sicilian dragon is that you're putting a bishop on e3, right?
Yeah.
This e3 bishop is very nice. You need this bishop. So if you can get it with your knight, then definitely you want to do this. But in this position, it's a mistake. Do you know why? Actually, a blunder. Mistake is an understatement.
Attacking the bishop too early.
Yes. Kyle, do you know why this is a blunder? Let me tell you.
Check, yeah.
Yeah, this check. Simply, you have to block because the king cannot move. How do you block? You block with the bishop. Who's defending this knight? Give me that.
Yeah.
Okay. And if you block with this knight here, same problem.
Yeah, you end up losing that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And if you block with the knight here, then I have two attackers. And in fact, I'm winning a pawn plus an exchange.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah. Then you can pick this guy back. So that is now not ideal. So instead, black first cleverly plays the move bishop d7. Now they really want to play here. If you think the same thing applies, it doesn't. So let's say you play a natural move. Now they can play this move.
Yeah.
And your check doesn't work anymore.
Yeah, because
You're not forced to block, you can move away.
Yeah, and your queen is no longer on d1 to attack the knight.
Absolutely. So
Yeah.
very nice move. So in fact, so now this position f3 must be played, or it's one of the best moves. Bishop e7. I think bishop e7 is a bit premature. Maybe you should just castle. Bishop c4. So this is looking for the saltiest variation of delaying castling. Now we are in a variation of what is called the Topalov variation. Let me explain what I mean. But black has played a slow move here, which is not ideal. So in this position, if we play naturally, what should happen? Yes, queen, that is fine. Here, probably castle. Okay, it will transpose a little bit. This, that's fine. Now instead of that, castles, then pick. And here, there's this very nice move. This is a Topalov variation of the Dragon Sicilian. It looks like we are sacrificing a pawn, and we are. But in fact, this is possible. Play here. Pick. Wait a minute, actually, that is not the move. We start by this move. Sorry, my apologies. Start with this. Is this correct? Start with this, yes. Attacking the bishop. And if the bishop were to come here, I think this is played. This. And I think this move. No. This move. And then I think this move comes. Let me just check if. Now, this is all theory, guys. I'm not calculating like an engine. I just know this from all. Yes, the rook takes is a correct move. It's actually double rook sacrifice. You must take with your bishop. Then this guy plays, takes here. And I think the next move has to stop. The other rook is coming in, I believe. It will also pick on this guy. I can't remember the line exactly, but you need to know your lines, guys. Very interesting lines in the Topalov variation. Otherwise, if you don't play like this, in fact, after this pick, when the bishop is attacked, you really need to play back for that square. That's all you need to remember about that particular line, and you're good. But also, it's probably not ideal to pick that pawn. Maybe you want to play here. Picks. You pick the bishop first.
Yeah.
They take back, take with your pawn. They want to take your bishop, and you play a3.
Yeah.
That's a Topalov variation. So here we are looking at something like the Topalov variation, but instead of playing the correct move, b5, black has played this move, which is very slow.
Preparing d5.
Yeah, but this is the wrong plan. Because the plan you have in this kind of variation is to attack this bishop.
Yeah.
You want to capture it, you want to play this.
Actually, you want to invite white to capture your pawn on a7 because it activates your pieces.
Exactly. So this is your plan. So by going a6 and b5, you are taking a very slow path, and that slow path doesn't work. So I do recommend having a bit of understanding of what this is. Anyway, let's go back to the game, see how it went, so that we have time to go through a couple of others as well. So picks. This is a transposition to the Topalov, and this is probably fine. And yeah, I like. I think so. Here, I think the thematic move is to take with the pawn. The key idea is then you open this file, and this pawn here becomes a target in some lines.
Okay.
Let me just confirm that's the case. It's not 100% automatic, but that is yes. So you want to pick not with the bishop, but with the pawn, and that allows you, in this situation, to retain your bishop there. Of course, I can understand the concern by white that this bishop can be trapped, but this is very easy.
Yeah.
What happens if this move is played?
Just close down the
Close
position.
the position, absolutely. So these are things, thematic moves you need to know if you're playing this kind of opening. Yeah, but black is not worse, neither is white. It's fairly equal position. Now, if I'm black, I'd be a bit worried because you're getting into the end. If I'm white, I'd be a bit worried because one of the main things about the Sicilian is that you get this central pawn majority, a better pawn structure. half open c file against a king, and often white has this weakness. So the endgame tends to favor black, unless now you can, create your own weakness to attack. So I'm very surprised. I'm very surprised that black lost this position. And already I see a move like f6. That's a really bad move. I'm not sure why that move would be played. That's a really, really...
Probably he was expecting the move e5 to come and open up the position. Pawn to e5.
e5.
Yeah, expecting that this pawn to be pushed. White to push e5 and open up the position.
Okay, but what's the weak spot? Is it not this? So let's play here. Okay, let's see e5.
Yeah.
You take it.
And then now
a6. e6 sounds like a reasonable move. Why not? And you really can't lose this position.
yeah.
Maybe this move, you can argue this move is a bit problematic. Yeah, but your plan was always to double here, so this rook really can't go to the 7th rank.
Yeah.
So it's already a bit tricky, this position. Maybe you can argue that there's a check coming in fast, but f6 was not a good move. You need to understand what's your most active way for playing against this position. So f6, I think, was a step in the wrong direction. And definitely, yeah, that's not the structure you want for your pawns.
But also now your king is a bit cut off from entering the position.
Exactly. And see, the other king is already becoming a bit more active.
Yeah. Okay.
No issue still. But you have to be careful. Now you have this weak pawn. This pawn is now weak. Isolated pawn.
Yeah, extremely.
Okay, now at least white has a counter weakness to attack, and they go for it immediately.
Okay.
And I think I saw this position at some point. This move. Yeah, this is still fine. Oh.
Okay, took.
Yeah, that was a mistake. Oh, that was a serious blunder. Because of this weakness here. That was a very serious blunder. No, sorry, because of this. Yeah, I guess I passed. This is just a passer, right? And you'll never catch this one. Okay. Yeah, that was bad. Okay. It's just one move blunder. Pole sana Sauti Joshua. Pole sana is sorry. Our sympathies.
Yeah.
And then let's see. This is Joe Waruin Wayne Jarumi. This young man won their category under 13 or under 15? Under 15. That under 15 category had the likes of Kyle Cooker. So for him to win such a category means he's a very strong player.
The national championship, that is.
The national championship, they qualify for this event.
Okay, wow.
So he is the reigning under 15 national champion.
From
under 15 is the toughest category. Okay, now Jadon Simi is contesting that.
Yeah.
But the open and the ladies, that's the toughest category we have right now. So let's see how this went. We are looking at Sicilian again. Oh, and this is called, you know which Sicilian this is?
This is Sveshnikov.
Kalashnikov, not Sveshnikov. So Sveshnikov, the difference between the... Yes, knight f6 is Sveshnikov. But if you play this immediately, it becomes a Kalashnikov.
Okay.
And one of the best moves is in fact this. So here there are many lines. There are people who nowadays play this line.
Okay.
This, they think that, okay, they can give out the queen like this. Because then they can play here. And you don't want to pick their queen, because then they get a free development.
Yeah.
This looks like a weakness, but a weakness is only a weakness if you can attack it. If you can't attack it, it's not a weakness, right?
Yeah.
So they think that, but in fact, this doesn't work anymore. I lost a couple of games until I discovered not here, but I go here. Then they play this move here. I bring out my knight. They bring the knight, and let me turn off the engine. And my surprise move is here. You can't castle, and you can't pick what you thought you were going to pick. Okay, because I take your queen first, then I say, give me that.
Yeah.
Very nice move that I think just completely writes off the variation, in my opinion, but people still play it.
Yeah.
So if not that, then what else can they play? One of the moves they play then is to play this early. They're not trying to transpose. Then you should not play here c4. And what you're doing, this is a Maroczy bend kind of structure. d5 is the main break for the Sicilian. Very hard to achieve when these two pawns are here. And this is the main drawback. Of course, it's playable. There are many lines to be considered.
Yeah.
And surprisingly, here you may want to play your knight to a3 rather than
Not
C3,
C3?
not C3.
Wow.
So that the other knight can come to C3. It's very complicated, very interesting line. You can see this square becomes a problem. This knight
and
will
you can
come back
challenge
this
it on
way.
C, yeah, okay,
Exactly.
okay.
So quite a number of things that you really want to pay attention to, nuanced openings. However, I see white dodge all that, played back knight to F3. I don't think that was testing. If you check the engine as well, that just black equalizes immediately. So really there's no threat. Very solid plan. Well played. Very nice move here, doubling those pawns, but also because a big part of this opening is play against that square.
Yeah.
So if you let that knight survive, then what black is going to do is they're going to play here right away, and they have a very strong attack on your end.
Okay, now it seems like the exchange. Black gave up his bishop for the knight, or for the bishop on d5. Yeah, bishop to d5, they took, and then the pawn
Yeah, and the
took
reason
back.
for that is very simple. This is a backward pawn,
Yeah,
and you want to keep it backward, right? It's easy to attack when the file is open, but in this instance, you must pick with the pawn, and suddenly this pawn is not as weak as it was before.
yeah, that's the problem.
In addition, look at that, very nice. These are double pawns. The weakness here is, go ahead.
White could have played bishop takes f6.
And
Yeah,
then
they
take
could
with
have.
queen.
They could have actually, maybe that was best. They could have taken this. Take back, now they take with the queen.
Yeah,
That was it's just about understanding what's going on, what needs to be done, and that's much better. Still, because of these double pawns, the pawn structure,
yeah.
white is slightly better. One weakness, two weaknesses, half open file, half open file. But here now, this pawn on d5 protects this weakness. Now it's all about these two pawns and this square. I think that's what you're going to say. Oh, what is that move? This is not a good move.
Yeah,
Yeah, this is a
going
terrible
further
move.
would have been better.
Yeah, definitely. Because you see, once you understand pawn structure, you understand this weakness.
Yeah,
So you want to come here,
and once you're done there, you can't be kicked out.
You can't be
because
kicked
there
out.
are no pawns.
no pawns. You're going to triple your pieces here. You're going to attack, and basically you're going to win material. Let's just put it that way. There is no way to stop you from winning material here. That is my view. But that's not what happened. Back to knight back home. Okay. Yeah. Very nice. So you may be wondering why you're moving the pawns in front of the king, but there are not enough attackers. You're weakening your light squares, but you can attack those light squares. This queen, chilling at home. This knight,
Right, still.
no route there. So this actually works, making this bishop inactive.
He has to go for the pawn. Okay.
Yeah. So here I'm not very certain that the plan is perfectly accurate. Okay, so now that's a very clear plan. What's coming? F5, F5, which will block that bishop for almost eternity.
Okay.
Maybe now here I would have reserved the move for a moment, because the threat is bigger than the execution. Let him move here by himself. Let me maintain control over those two squares so that no piece of theirs can land there. For example, after this move, now this knight has a future because it can come here and it can come here.
Yeah.
But with this pawn back, maintain the threat. The threat is stronger than the execution. Improve your pieces, make a concrete plan, then decide what pawn break you're making. Is it going to be this? Are you going to play this and this? Are you going to play this? Are you going to play this?
But
Keep your options open.
White may have this idea of just playing bishop to f2 still and opening up the position with g4.
But why would white want to do that?
To create room for the knight to enter through g4.
Oh, sorry, you mean in this position?
Yeah, just bring the bishop back.
Yes, okay, let's just make some random move like this.
Bring the
Bishop back.
And then trying to force open with g4.
Okay, let me just look for this weakness of yours, like this.
Yeah.
So you want to play here?
Yeah. Because
Okay.
Okay, I see.
So who is this?
The king is the
And
king is,
where the king's guards?
yeah.
Who will tell the king is naked? There are no.
Possibly you can prepare it.
Uh-huh.
You can prepare it before you play it.
How do you prepare? You want to play here?
You can either move the queen or move the king.
You want to move the king there?
Yeah, one of those preparatory moves can.
Okay, so remember you have to weak two issues. There's this weakness here, principle of two weaknesses, and you have an attack on this side. That's
Yeah.
a very strong center. So here you don't have to calculate too much. Just say that black has a nice stable advantage.
He does.
Better
He
pieces,
does.
better pawn structure, I would argue the king is safer, not because of it's a bit area as well, but because the attackers have no route there. And then this pawn struck in particular is quite bad. Anyway,
Yeah. But my concern for white is that if you just wait around, black will come for your weaknesses, all of them, and you start losing some material.
yeah, so you have to find an active move that doesn't worsen your position.
Yeah.
So playing actively for the sake of it will lose. Already the position is pretty bad. It became very bad when you allowed this line and saved this pawn. So we should have taken on f6 with the bishop, then taken it with the queen. We'll be talking a different story. So we'll see how this goes. Anyway, Wayne, starting his stuff. Oh, that was a nice pawn sacrifice, was it? Or was it just a blunder? Let's see. Okay, giving up the pawn. Okay, that's a pawn sacrifice for piece activity. Very nice. Taking the only open file. Okay. And then bringing the knight into the position. But the computer is not impressed. It's just a pawn, right?
Yeah, possibly. Probably the knight is going there. I see.
Yeah, but that knight has been exchanged, so there's nothing. And suddenly now we have a potential pass on this side.
Yeah.
This is still a weakness. Yes, you have this open file, but what are you attacking? Why are you infiltrating? Are you going to go with your queen here? Or is it here? Or is it here? Or are you going to come here? So you're not infiltrating.
They know.
So you occupy this file, but there's no future. So that's, and even if you come here, I'm not forced to take. Maybe I will, but I'm not forced to take this.
Yeah.
You can just keep it as it is, because when you take my queen, I take back and all my weaknesses are, sorry, where were we? This one. Okay. So that's that game. I think I like black's position quite a bit. We looked at this already. I liked black position quite a bit. I think black is probably just winning in that position. Simil Jadon. Simil has already won. Yeah. I saw this analysis earlier, but I think this was just brutal. There was no comeback.
I think the mistake was made somewhere in the opening when g5 was pushed. Davidson missed a tactic that was a bit hidden from Simil. Because if you look at the position, he normally castle queen side and he starts this attack. Then, this g4, h4 idea, bishop took. Probably he was afraid of the knight coming to c4, so he exchanged immediately.
And that doesn't.
Would the bishop be a better attacking this?
Definitely. I think that's.
Usually you give the knight position.
You give it exactly. So what the idea is, you should continue the attack. I think what move? Let's just say randomly play this move, because when this happens, that doesn't work. It seems you always pick this guy. But the question is, where does this guy go?
You have to go the back and
and this is not ideal.
The b file is open.
So I think the engine recommendation then is here you play this move, which does the exact same thing. Now you can give up this. If this is played, then you can, instead of giving out your bishop, you can actually give out this guy.
Yeah.
Now this file is always open. It's very hard to close it altogether. But the idea is that then you can have your own attack.
Your attack is faster.
Attack is faster, yes. And I'm wondering whether you have this very soon coming up, and it is.
Definitely. Because you can give up a pawn to open up the line.
Exactly. Anyway, that's over. I think you already analyzed it quite a bit.
Yeah.
Let's look at Schwarzmichael versus Luanyeka, Kimelo. This was e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop c4. Of course, there are many people watching wondering why can't they just take this defender, because they'll take like this, and if you take take that pawn, this queen can come to d4, attacking this guy.
Yeah.
There's another way to attack as well, which I see often, which is this, attacking the knight and attacking this guy, but I don't like it much because of this possibility.
And the queen coming to f3.
And the queen coming to f3. Though the engine says white is still better, I'm not a fan of this kind of development for white, but still the engine says white is black is actually better. So anyway, that's why you have to come back. Yeah, these are some lines I normally recommend bishop e7, main line stuff really. Yeah, let's see who's better prepped. Nice maneuvering of the knight. So just running through this because of time. And black has maintained a small steady advantage through and through. We'll see how that goes. The time situation 11 minutes versus 15 minutes. Manyeki Nathaniel versus Shaurya Danav from Zambia. Let's see how this has gone. Manyeki is black. Shauria is white, a Sicilian. So this could, knight c3 could become many things. It can become the Grand Prix, can become the close Sicilian, can transpose into a form of, what do you call this attack? King's Indian attacks, yeah, King's Indian attack, and so on. Can be many things. You can still transpose into the open Sicilian. So it's a very flexible move that has been played, but it does allow what Manyeki played. Yeah, so here you have to be very careful about getting an IQP. IQP is in isolated queen's pawn. I'm not saying that can happen now, but you have to be very ready for this kind of a situation, right? So, and Manyeki takes the IQP by themselves. Interesting choice. Okay, quick development. These are strong players, so very few errors at this level in terms of opening play. Interesting move, taking off the knight, and this is because it's part of the IQP strategy.
Yeah.
By taking that, then this pawn on d5 is hanging, and in fact it's picked immediately. Yeah, so that's
Why did the queen go for b2 pawn? For the b2 pawn.
b2 pawn is defended.
Oh, yeah, move the knight. Oh,
Sabote's gambit accelerated.
just seen that.
Yeah,
action.
yeah. So yeah, that's an interesting move. Are we not able just to take on b7?
Let's see.
If you take, what happens?
Plan.
Easy peasy. Take care. Okay.
What's hanging a piece?
Is it? Yeah, the queen can take care.
No.
The queen can take this.
Because of this, this is
The queen
taken.
can take this now. Oh, they're losing
The rook,
something.
yeah. The rook is hanging.
Okay. Let's see. So there's a better line there. Let's see. I think I've missed something. Let's go all the way here. Yes. You're right. 100%. Check. Now the rook is defended. No, not there. So what's the move here?
Yeah, just preparing rook to come to making a discovered check, and then now you win the bishop.
Discovered check. King.
Discovered check on d4, not on f4.
Well, let's discover here. What happens? It's a check here. What's the answer? It's a double check.
So
Only move, isn't
yeah,
it?
that's the only move.
It's not a mate.
Sure. You want to
Rook e2. This one. Actually, this one. What do you do?
let's see.
And you win the bishop now. I think you have to give up somebody. Somebody big. Who's that big guy? Okay, let's try this.
Okay, yeah, who's that? Yeah, because
It's a mate, the bishop. Sneaky bishops. Anyway, so very bad position that would have been. But it's still ongoing. Let's see this other game. Interesting choice of moves. Who's an expert here? Not me. Yeah, but very professional by white. You're being surprised in the opening, and you decide, okay, you know what? You just keep that pawn. Now, this is definitely not a good move because it allows for your bishop to fall. This is basically a move that was played without paying attention to white's move. You definitely like this bishop. It's a powerful bishop. This diagonal is weak. So you don't want to give out this bishop for this knight. Yeah. People tell you bishops are the same as knights. It's a lie. It's a scam. Depends on the position. Open positions, bishops are supreme. Close positions, knights are better. So in this situation, what you want is, what?
Black gave up his.
To break that? No. Let's check with the engine. Am I missing something? I think this is just straight up take. Okay, I can understand. Yeah, this is just straight up take this guy. And you don't want to give out this bishop. Look at this princely bishop looking so powerful on this file. Yeah, you don't want to give out this guy. This guy is the king of your position at the moment, right? Although you're breaking up the pawn structure, maybe not at this time.
You're just maintaining it. Because you're controlling the whole diagonal.
You are exactly. So that's your advantage. You have a bishop pair. You don't want to give it up just like that, right? Yeah. Anyway, let's see how it went. Running through quickly. Okay, finally he took it. No. Sorry? 94.
playing knight e4 so that he trades. Oh, okay, just putting. He can't trade because it's pinned.
Okay, what's the plan?
See, oh, because there's a fork here. If you take,
Nice one, nice one.
but it's kind of equal.
Each rook? Sorry, not that. But 2 pieces for a rook is not equal. Black is winning here.
Black, yeah.
Yeah, so anyway, let's see what exactly happened. That sack doesn't work. Surprise, surprise. Yeah, that is the end of it. And you're exchanging pieces when you're down material. You don't want to do that.
Was that better to continue with that sack?
No, I've not. As in, fundamentally, there has to be a principle. There must be something you have in that position that makes the sack work.
Maybe, how about just retreating and then trying to take advantage of the pin after you sack?
For example, this.
After you sack.
Okay.
Takes and then just retreating the queen.
Where?
To somewhere to d3 c2 just so that you can
Choose a square. Is it here? Is it here?
place it on d3.
D3?
Yeah.
Okay, so you maintain that activity?
Yeah.
Okay, let's use the file.
Then you bring the rook in.
Okay.
And the idea is probably to lift the rook all the way to g6. That should be the plan. Just piling up on the right goes back now.
Yeah, that's a nice one. Because I wasn't looking to do this. Okay, that actually does something.
Take.
But now you're out of pieces.
Yeah. But
Wait a minute. Do I pick this first actually?
oh, you take the same.
Oh, that's not possible. You have to
back,
go back here.
When you go back now, it's taken.
Yeah, you don't have enough pieces to attack. Checkmate threat. So the principle is you need to have more pieces by 2 than your opponent in that sector, the board. If you have 2 pieces plus, no need to calculate, something is going to turn up. But if you don't have enough pieces, if you don't have more pieces, it is an instant easy checkmate like 2-3 moves, or it's not there.
Okay. So we have to prepare it with rook to g2 first, doubling up.
So yeah, actually that's what I'm seeing. It would be a good plan to actually play here.
Yeah.
Then follow it up with this. Then now the sack may work. Yeah. All right. Okay. Yeah. So I think this, with all these trades, this is gone. I saw a sacrifice by. Yeah, this is gone.
Giving back the exchange.
Giving back the exchange. Yeah. But getting has an extra piece. Riley Matingi versus Mutale Janelle. Let's see. Riley is a very strong player as well. So this is surprising because her position was fairly solid early on. Those are very nice connect. They're called connect fours nowadays. King's Indian like structure. Actually, the King's Indian. Yeah. So in the King's Indian, what White is trying to do is to play this move. See, this is called a pawn chain. When the pawns interlock like this. So Black's plan is very simple: attack that pawn, and White's plan attack this pawn. In rare instances, you want to attack the top of the chain, which is what's been done here. And you may also try and do the exact same here. Not so easy. So it seems as if Black is following this plan. And but White is not really following the plan exactly as it should be. And yeah, that can be a bit unpleasant. And Riley hangs a pawn on d6, a very important pawn. I think it's just by accident. And I think after that, this is, in Celtic, we say he may enter, and there's really no way to recover from that. Okay, Mutale Janelle versus Yalo Hamutumwa. Yalo Hamutumwa beat my lovely Ariela Tello yesterday. Tello was feeling unwell. She had a tummy ache. The game was paused forever. Unfortunately, she couldn't continue, and she lost that game. So very strong play from these are under 9s, by the way, under 9 girls. Very nice, the Italian game. Good break in the center, but moving the bishop twice in the opening, not a very good idea. But now they're able to pick because the knight is pinned. And this knight on e5 is also pinned. You don't want to pick here because they'll ignore it and play this move checkmate. So instead, yes, they found d4. And after bishop moves, now you can Oh, nice plan. I thought you'd just pick, but threatening a discovery.
I'm going to charge my direct.
And here you should just castle, actually. I think castling is just fine as a move, right? Anyway, king to d8, not a good move. And in fact, it loses immediately, and the move was found, actually. Because if you take the queen, if you take the free bishop, here, take the free bishop, check, and you lose your, yeah, so I think from here, this game, queen down, just a matter of conversion. And actually, this is a checkmate. Wow, nice checkmate. Vitale Mumba Janelle, well played, very good checkmate. I think she's now on 5.5, if I'm not mistaken, having drawn only one game earlier in the round. So let's see how the other games are progressing. This one is Agnes Mary versus Mutol Cheri Jepchirir. Both these ladies are Kenyan, and we are looking at the plan is a center fork trick, very nice picks, and instead white Gizzard is her bishop. What you want to do when you fall into this is actually just go ahead and take a deep breath, allow this to happen, then you keep your bishop. Most times, not every time. Sometimes keeping your bishop is a bad idea because moves like this may follow, and say you have a knight here, then let's say I'm just transposing to explain, then you can't move there because of a pair of a fork. Such kinds of situations. But in reality, often people play this move. It looks like the king is unsafe, but this king is very safe. White is going to castle by hand. I recommend a nice, beautiful check here first with the queen on f6. In between move. How do you stop that check, Kyle?
Okay. Interesting.
Because now the queen can't come.
Can't block.
Yeah.
So hiding on G1 doesn't seem like.
So don't play automatically. My knight is attacked if I move away automatically. Because now after knight f6, I'm expecting bishop e3. And now if you check me, then the queen can come out. Now, of course, you can't play that without bishop f3. Let's say you played a move like this to get your bishop out. Now check. You can't just do this because I take. If you take like this, takes back and lose a pawn, right?
Yeah.
So that's why bishop e3 is necessary first. And you can admire Agnes Mary's position when she's playing. Now she can continue the plan, bringing the rook to. I'd have thought f1.
Yeah, rook to f1 seems.
Yeah, but I think it's fair.
Yeah.
The defense is needed for that pawn on e4, castling by hand, and that defense comes along very nicely.
Okay, exchanging.
That exchange. So guys, you want to look at this. Look at this guy. And look at this guy. This guy is playing. Not moving. That's why we have a brilliant young man here. It's called Kalkuka. Yeah, okay. Very nice. Now checkmate threats. And they really can't be stopped. Not all of them can be stopped. Yeah, very nice move. Very professional move here by Agnes Mary. I think this is gone. This is over.
Can you try and attack the knight?
Of course, you attack the defender.
Yeah.
Attack the knight, then you win a free piece there. So, and you already, I think you're a piece up, no? Are you already a piece up?
No.
1, 2, 3.
It's equal. But
Knight what? Knight here? Knight, yeah. This is a good one attacking the knight. But if I just take? Sorry?
Yeah. Check. Then
Simple exchange, right?
yeah.
Is that enough? It is enough. Because you have, I think, an extra pawn as well, or two. So very well played. This will be over soon. Muturi Erika versus Maya Correa of South Africa, Republic of South Africa. Recently, we witnessed President Zuma having a conversation with Donald Trump in the White House. I think they'd gotten one side of a particular story. It's quite interesting to see. South Africans say that President, not Zuma, who am I? Ramaphosa. Yeah, Cyril Ramaphosa of South Africa was quite humble, diplomatic in his approach and in his response. But we also must thank the peacemaker who Donald Trump has been. Hopefully, he can create peace in every single situation. Too much politics in a chess stream. Let's see. How did this game go? E4. Anyway, South Africans are here representing their country, one of the strong chess nations in Africa. Pawn sacrifice by white. Not sure whether that pawn sacrifice works, whether it was part of theory or, but there is some compensation because that black king is not happy. That black king is having a nightmare of a moment. Yeah, but white does have, black does have some compensation as well. Some activity, a couple of moves are coming in. Yeah, so I'm not sure how to assess this position. Very interesting.
Yeah, it seems white is better because now very interesting clips are coming.
I'm not sure why white is better at all, actually. I'm not sure why white is better. I'm not sure at all, but it is what it is. Okay, let's see Kaloki Zuri versus Margaret Bola. This is where we started, and the game is over. Okay, it hasn't ended, but it's ending.
Let's see what happens.
Let's say it went. I think you called it earlier. You said that these black pieces were too advanced by some.
Yeah, we go to this position.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then now, yeah, knight to d3.
Okay. Is it forced?
Yeah, because if you don't take, you end up losing a pawn on.
Yeah. Very nice. So the rook was forced. Here comes the black pawns. Is that not just a piece? Are you not just giving up a piece?
No, d2 will win. Knight. Yeah. That's what he.
That's what she missed. Yeah, that's what she missed, that fork. Nice try. Oh, okay. Bwalia Margaret, I think, losing a piece, and you want to double check what's going on in every situation, and yeah, then trading off the last piece. Oh, this is very nice. You may wonder why black is trading here, but when you have a bishop standing 2 squares from the knight at the corner, this knight has no square. You don't have to think about it. 2 squares between knight and bishop, this knight has no square. And you'll see this is covered by the bishop, covered by the bishop, covered by the bishop, in this case covered by the knight. So actually they had a square to run to, and they should have taken this one.
Yeah, but
you
how do you proceed from here?
You're lost.
The king is coming to c2.
You're a piece down.
Yeah.
So you're lost and you should have been resigning. But if you don't want to resign, then this is another form of resignation, exchanging your last piece, because this is now over. This is completely over. Yeah. Yeah. So bishop basically takes over that corner. Check. There you go. Then bishop comes, and you know what's coming.
Sure.
I think Zuri is taking time. No, she's checkmated already, so it's over. And this is the last game of the board. We have, this is done. Had you looked at it?
Not yet.
Okay. So let's go through this very quickly. E4, E5, knight F3, knight C6, bishop C4, bishop E7. A modest try. I don't recommend in the
Bishop
case of.
E7 is not usually popular among top players. Instead of going, yeah.
This is it's become popular.
Yeah, it's become popular.
And what's the response to this?
I'm not sure. Probably just place. Yeah.
Sorry? Affilido. Yeah, this becomes Affilido, but Affilido, man, Affilido, people have said you don't want to play the Affilido. Maybe you do, I'm not sure. Because eventually you'll.
All the ideas you take and just play that position.
Take?
Yeah.
No, but take is very bad. This is still Affilido, right? Because I take. Let's say you'll play this move anyway, right? Or let's start with your knight. I suspect you can still do it. You can do it successfully because I can pick. Sorry? Yes, I can scotch, yes. So, but the bishop has moved, so you don't have the same luxury. You don't move it twice. So let's say, let's play here. Let's play this move. Let me play this move. You castle. And guess what I'm going to do? And I'm going to show you fireworks. And this actually is one of the main lines against Affilido. Let me do a couple of free opening lessons today to the youngsters who are watching. This is Affilido. This, if they take, you take back this way. And now they'll probably attack your pawn. You want to defend it. They bring out the bishop so they can castle. They expect you to play your favorite bishop move, bishop c4, right? and then they castle, you castle, right? But don't do that. What we are doing, we are leaving this bishop where it is. Instead, we are playing bishop to f4. There's a good reason for it. Now when they castle, you play here, and we are castling queenside. Following that up with f3, g4, h4, and this king is going to be very unsafe. Very nice system against the Filido when it's allowed. Anyway, it became, I think we don't approve fully of what was played, but it has it sort of worked out initially, except now for a move like g4 I don't like. Oh, why sacrifice? Oh, there's a piece. Okay, piece, okay. Fair enough. Why sacrifice that? Am I missing something?
What? Okay.
Nah, that doesn't work. No. That is bad. Okay. Yeah, that is that's horrible. Okay, that's not good. Maybe they miscalculated something. Gilana, Angel Mudoni.
That's which category?
This
Under,
is under 12, under 11, I think.
yeah, it may be.
Maybe under 11, but still under 11, very strong girls. I know Angel Mudoni, she's actually very strong as well, I believe. She's actually rated 1453. So maybe she may have missed a thing or two. A couple of children are unwell as well. So, yeah, guys, I think it's an interesting round. I'll take my leave, guys, and allow you to continue with the commentary. Interesting championship. This is the African Schools Individual Chess Championship 2025, taking place at the Pride in Paradise Resort in Mombasa, Kenya. Fantastic 5-star hotel, bringing 11 countries, juniors, almost 1,000 participants playing, more than 900 from different countries: South Africa, Botswana, Kenya, Uganda, Namibia, Zambia, Mozambique, Zimbabwe. Quite a number of countries. Am I missing any other country that's out there? 11 countries in total playing, well represented, showing where Africa is, where Africa has gotten to in terms of chess. And there's only more to come. There are 3 more days of play, 2 more days actually.
Yeah.
Today's we don't have a game in the afternoon. 2 games tomorrow, and the last round, the day after tomorrow.
Yeah.
Stay tuned, guys. We are not going away. We are going to watch these games until the end and bring to you as they happen. All the best, guys. Please support. This is the Chess Kenya channel. Subscribe for live updates all the time. Put in a comment. Let's hear what your thoughts are. And yes.
Yeah, that was the very strong Victor giving us his tips on the games going on. Very strong analysis from him. Going through all the games, just seeing how they developed from the opening all the way to the ending. So that was impressive display by Victor. Always good on the analysis. Now let's see what we have, the games remaining, what's going on, and let's just try and see if you can find some interesting ideas. So let's go through this game, Manyeki Nathaniel and Sharia Daniv. Let's see where we left the game off. We left the game off. Okay. Where did you leave this game off before when you last commented? Yeah, where the pawn was won on d5. Now bishop took, and then now knight went to d4, with the threat on the pawn on c2 being attacked twice. Now we expect a move like c3, possibly to attack the knight and prevent against that. Bishop to b7 was a move we analyzed, but we saw that rook takes on c2 is very strong. Yeah, so let's see how they continue. Oh, bishop 2. Okay.
Interesting.
That's what he played. Okay, let's see if Nathaniel follows up correctly. Rook takes on c2. Oh, he does. Now, what's a continuation here? How do you continue? If you take, do you take on what's coming? What's coming for What's the way forward for black here? If white responds, for example, with the rook to c1, rook a to c1, how does black continue here?
There's a check. No, fork. If you pick the rook.
Oh, you pick the rook and then you press the fork back. But the knight takes back would be the idea.
Ah.
Yeah, if you play rook to c1, you take back with the knight. The idea is to exchange as many pieces as possible. And because now we're on the back foot now, so you have to exchange. So rook to c1, rook takes, knight takes, covering all the squares, and the bishop on b7 is actually covering f3. So your knight can't check even on f3. So let's see, what does black have here?
Interesting.
After rook a to c1.
Maybe
Probably the immediate check on e2.
maybe doubling on the second rank.
Oh, doubling the rooks on the second rank.
Yeah.
Okay. But then what happens if you just take the rook on c2? How do you take back with the rook?
Yeah, with the rook. Yeah, I think the rook.
You take back with the rook, and then now this move that goes knight to. I think now you can just bring our bishop back to g2, and claim that your attack is not very strong.
Yeah, there's no attack. White's up a pawn.
Yeah. It's an attack, but the engine seemed to favor this line for black. And we're trying to find out why. Why was this line favored? So the knight moved. Okay. Moving the knight, attacking the rook on c2. So how do you proceed? The knight on d4 is defended twice. So is it possible to grab a pawn on b2 for black?
I think you have to, because white is tracking the a6 pawn twice.
Okay. Is it okay to play a move like rook to e2, rook c to e2, just trying to prevent the queen's attack on f3, and with the intention of just bringing your knight to f3 with a check? Or that doesn't work.
What do you do after knight takes a6?
After knight takes on a6, how about the move queen to b6? After rook c to e2, knight takes on a6, queen to b6, just putting pressure on the pieces.
Yeah, I see. The bishop has no squares to keep defending the knight.
Yeah. Is there a way for the queen to come and yeah, queen doesn't have b3 because of our knight, a very strong knight there.
Yeah.
So there are no ways to defend the bishop and the knight, and your attack is just pushing through. So probably something like that would work.
Yeah.
So let's see how it seemed they made some moves. Let's see how they continued. Oh, so rook takes on b2. Okay, that's fine. Just because the move is still there, and now you can't even take on a6 with the knight because your bishop, you lose your bishop.
But can the rook be? No, it can't. It can't be trapped here from here because like something.
With the queen.
Yeah. No, queen c1 there's a check.
Yeah. You always have the discovery. Even if you can leave the rook, and because if he takes the rook, you can always have the discovery of knight to f3. Yeah. So bishop took. Okay. Given that the bishop has taken, can you not? Oh, okay. Bishop take. I think bishop takes might be a mistake. Oh, no, it's not, because when you play knight to e2, that's check. The king goes to h1. I was considering grabbing the knight on b4, but when you take with the pawn,
h1, queen of 3 is mate. So
queen of 3 is mate. Oh, he has to go to g2.
G2.
When he goes to g2, do you have a continuation? You can't even play knight g2 because the bishop will take you.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe knight f3, but it can also come king g2. Then knight g5. Can you try knight g5 in some the light squares now?
After knight checks, knight to g5.
Yeah.
You want to bring your knight over to h3 or?
Or like queen.
Actually, I see. If you knight to g5, interesting. But I think you can still play knight to e2 with the idea that if he takes with the bishop, you take with your rook. And if you look at the position, you have 4 pieces attacking the pawn on f2. You have your bishop, you have the 2 rooks, and you have the queen attacking f4, and you'll definitely get something there.
Yeah.
So you can play knight to e2 and try to see how our opponent will respond.
So maybe he can go king. Maybe he'll have to go king g2.
Yeah, that's forced.
Yeah.
But when it's after it's forced, do you have anything? Let's see. Is there we can take advantage of that? King to g2.
I'm thinking maybe knight takes g3.
Knight takes on g3.
Some take on f2. Or no, maybe even simply like maybe knight c3.
Okay.
And
Knight to c3, attacking the queen and
they have to pawn.
yeah. You have to pull 3 times actually. Oh, how about this move, knight to b3, attacking the rook and opening up a triple attack on the pawn on f2. Playing your knight to b3, attacking the rook, and your next idea is to just take on f2 with the rook, or even with the bishop. One of those ideas. So I think that's actually looks like a strong move. Playing knight to b.
Then can you try rook a2 to
Rook to a2, but
Yeah.
rook to a2 then allows you to take on f2 with the bishop.
no, but then you move the king. You go king h1 with the
King to h1.
now the bishop is pinned.
The bishop is pinned. Okay, I see. Knight to b3, rook to a2. Interesting move. You take with the bishop, king to h1, and there's no way to continue that.
Yeah.
Okay. Bishop takes.
Not to mention the endgame is also good for white because of the passed a pawn. Yeah.
Yeah. So moving the king to h1 is actually a strong idea. Okay, knight to b3, rook to a2. That is a move. That is a strong move. Can you not? Let me see. How useful is the knight there? Can you not? If you play a move like you play, I see a line. If you play a move like knight to b3, rook goes to a2. You take you don't you can you not take the rook on a2?
Take then after knight
First of all,
takes. Oh, then is a
the line of CNA is don't take on a2 first. Take bishop takes on f4 on bishop takes on f2. Bishop takes on f2. The king goes to h1, and then now you take the rook on a2. The knight takes, and then the queen goes to a6. So taking the bishop on a6.
then isn't the knight on b3 hanging?
Yeah, if you take the knight on b3, that's my plan. Now my queen on a6 is attacking your rook on f1, which is now undefended because the king moved to h1. So now I just pick the rook on f1.
Oh, and it's mate. Yeah.
Yeah, so let's see how they continued from here. Okay, knight to b3 was played. Okay, nice. So this now forces rook to a2 because the threat on f2 is very strong. Knight went back. Oh, okay, we didn't see. This is a very curious defense. But now I think, let me see. This defense, is it very strong? Because I see when the rook takes on f2, the rook on a1 is attacked twice.
Yeah.
You take with the knight when the queen takes. But is there anything there?
Then, so after the queen takes, then you want to take on f2. Bishop takes f2, check, because the rook is overloaded.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, yeah. But now, can the king just go to g2 and just
Then you exchange.
you exchange queens now?
You think it's first?
Yeah, but now it will be an endgame with equal material, but white has a passed a pawn. So this we're looking at this idea of rook takes here, the knight takes, and then now our knight takes here. If the queen takes, now bishop takes here, and then the king goes up, and then when the rook takes, yeah, if the rook takes, you lose this. So the king has to go up.
Could you try rook e2? Maybe.
Rook e2 immediately.
Yeah.
Let's see that. Rook to e2 now.
No, not now.
After you take.
After you take on f2, yeah.
If
yeah,
you take
yeah.
on f2, if the knight checks, if you play rook to e2, the queen just swipes your piece.
No, after knight takes, queen takes, bishop takes, king g2, so rook e2.
Or rook to e2 at that moment when the
Yeah.
queen is here.
Yeah, yeah, when the queen is there.
Isn't your queen? Can you not take your queen immediately?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because the queen is on a1 attacking your queen.
Oh yeah, takes and takes a bishop. Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah. And then you can't check because of king f3.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. No wait. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Very interesting move.
Or maybe you can play bishop d4. Bishop d4, king f3, rook e3, king f4, then you take on f6. But the structure is damaged.
Yeah, but I'm seeing this idea of just instead of going for complicated lines, we can try this idea of just playing our rook to d2, attacking the queen and the knight. The only move he has, I think, is queen takes on b3.
Yeah.
And then you have queen takes on a6, attacking the knight on d3 twice. And if the knight moves, now your attack on f2 becomes strong. So the idea I'm looking at is just playing the rook on b2 immediately, rook on d2 immediately, queen takes here, and then you just take here, attacking the knight twice with the rook and with your queen on a6.
Then rook e2 is next.
Yeah, if he moves the knight anywhere, do you have an attack on on f2? No, only twice. Then rook to e2 is next. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Let's see how it proceeds. But is knight to f4 move after you attack it? Knight to f4, is it a move?
Oh yeah. Knight f4.
But
Not so strong,
if knight to f4 is played, I think now you can still take on here because his rook is hanging, because our queen is on that diagonal.
No, a queen is on a6.
Our queen is, wow,
yeah.
I forgot. So our queen is not hanging.
Maybe g5. g5, the knight h3.
Actually, I've seen something. If our queen is on a6, do you really have to play? The queen is on b3, right? Do you really have to play rook to e2? Can you not just queen takes on if the knight, let's say the knight moves to f4.
Yeah.
We're attacking it. Knight goes to f4. Queen takes on f2. Queen takes on f1. I mean, we sack our queen on f1.
And after rook takes?
After, the rook can take. I thought only the king can take. Because if the king took, then our rook takes here and with the discovered.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm thinking he played rook to d2. Okay. On the board, queen takes on b3, queen takes on a6. That's fine. That's a line Nathaniel can see. So now we are considering this knight to f4 idea. That's how we've reached.
Yep.
So let's see. Time is actually very low for our opponents.
I've seen something new here. You know, knight to f4 prevents us accessing b2, e2. But what if we go rook b8? It's tempo, and then rook b2.
Rook. Okay. The other side. That makes sense. Knight to f4, rook to b8. Where does the queen go? Possibly a move like queen to d5.
d5.
Yeah.
Isn't it hanging on d5?
Oh yeah. Okay. Actually, d5 is hanging. So where do you have? Does queen to f3? Is queen to f3 anything going on with queen to f3?
Queen f3, then we'll just double, yeah?
We double, and then your attack is still very strong.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. So knight to f4 not very good. Is there any other square you can play to? What about knight to c1?
Knight to c1.
Does that do anything, or it's you still have the same idea?
Now your idea of queen takes f1 might work.
Okay. Now it works.
The rooks are disconnected. So
yeah, queen takes on f1. Okay. Let's see. So knight to f4 is probably what was played because all the other moves are not. Oh, how about this knight to b4 idea? Just attacking the queen, coming with tempo.
Knight to b4.
Yeah. It's a tempo move on the queen.
Then I think we can come.
Queen to e2?
Yeah, queen e2.
Okay.
Or maybe even queen f6.
Queen to f6. Oh, yeah.
So that you can go rook e2.
Okay, let's see. So knight to f4 was played. That's one of the options. And so I think you're suggesting this idea of rook there. Okay, he saw it very well. Well done by Nathaniel. So queen moves and then rook to b2. Now the very strong attack on
f2.
On f2. Now, the idea we're planning, so one way to defend is knight to h3. But can it be attacked again?
Knight to h. Knight to
Yeah,
h3.
knight to h3, just to guard to overprotect the pawn on f2.
Now what if you chase away the queen with rook b c2?
Rook b to c2. Where does our queen go? Queen to f3.
Queen to f3.
Yeah, just bringing more defenders to the king side.
Then can you play?
And also, we're also planning this perpetual idea of a queen to a8, then to e4.
No, wait.
The check.
Okay.
Yeah, knight
Yeah.
to h3 is the move you play to defend f2. Knight here to defend f2. If rook here, we want to bring our queen here to f3. Just defend everything, make sure everything is fine.
Yeah.
And we want to try something like this, going here and then going back, going here, going back until you can
yeah.
something. Yeah. So that's an interesting idea. So knight to h3 is definitely the move you play. Knight to h3, and then queen went there to attack it. But now king to g2. What does king to
Maybe,
g2?
yeah, king g2.
But king to g2 also.
King g2. There's a check.
A check on e4.
Yeah, on e4.
Check on e4. What if I block it with queen to f3?
Check it. Queen to f3.
Yeah.
Maybe you can try. You don't want to exchange queens here.
Yeah. Your attack is quite strong, so you want to keep the things on the board.
And if I move away, maybe there's some check, and the bishop may be hanging.
Yeah.
On e7.
Yeah, if you move your queen away, I have some checks there that now give me some slight. So I get back into the game.
Maybe instead of queen e6, could have tried to chase away the knight, like b5 and g5 and g4.
Okay, fine.
But it might weaken the white king, the black
But
king.
if you play g5, my immediate move will be rook a to e8, rook a to e1. I mean, rook a to e1 to attack your queen.
Rook a to e1.
Yeah, just to attack your queen. And
No, I'm saying when the queen was on a6.
or when the queen was on a6.
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
before, in this position. If you go back here. Now
Yeah,
you play g5.
Yeah.
Let's see. G5 idea.
No, yeah, maybe rook a1.
Rook to e1, you still do the same thing.
Yeah. The check behind.
And then if you play g4, if g4 comes, you check.
Yeah, check.
And then the king goes to h7, and then you have rook to h8. Okay. Wow, okay. That would have been a nice. Yeah, the problem of playing g5 is that it opens up your king in a way that brings white pieces into the attack.
Yeah.
So let's see. What was played here? It's a tough position to find a move. So queen to 6 was played, and then we were considering just king to g2.
So king g2.
Knight went back. Okay. But how about if knight goes back? How about this queen to f5?
What about rook takes f2? Can you?
Immediately. Or do you have? Oh.
Then you check and. But you're just simplifying.
Yeah, okay, that's what you're doing is simplifying because you'll take back immediately. You want to go for your queen. If you go for your queen, it's going into checkmate. So rook takes on f2, he'll take with his rook. And then if you take with your
Rook, then he takes your queen.
he takes your queen, yeah, because now your discoveries are yes trading down. So I think just maintaining with queen to f5,
Queen f5, yeah.
just holding everything together. Your knight is under attack. It cannot go back to f4. And if the knight moves now, you have a very strong attack on f2.
Oh yeah.
So queen to exactly. Is there a way for the queen to exchange pieces? I don't see one. Trying to force a trade of queens there, but our attack is much stronger. Let's see. So do we take with the bishop or with the rook first? How do we start this attack on f2? Do we take with the bishop or we start with the
rook? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, with the rook. If rook checks, I fear he'll just ignore it and go immediately for the trades, for the queen checks on c8, and then when you check with your queen, he takes with his rook with check. You move, and then the move is still his.
Yeah, complicated.
Yeah. So if you want to win a pawn, you have to start with the. Okay, I think you start with the bishop, forcing a check, and then if he takes with his rook, you take with your rook. But if he moves away now, you have this queen check on. You take with the bishop. If he moves king to h1 or g2, you have the queen to e4 check.
Yeah. Then can you block the knight? Knight g2.
Okay, knight there. But if you block with the knight there, now we have this very sneaky move of bishop to c5. Yeah,
Blocking there.
blocking the queen's attack and then threatening to win some things there. Okay, so we are considering this. So we take with the bishop. Let's see how they continued. Bishop took, okay, fine. King goes to e1, then queen to e4, okay.
Yeah.
The move is just blocking with that.
Yeah.
And then we have this bishop to c, bishop to d4, okay.
Oh,
Let me see, does it work?
it still wins because it's just a check.
Yeah, it's a check, and then you can just move away, and now it works. Check, but what I exchange here? What I come here and exchange trade? If you check queen apples, and then I bring queen to f5, I trade queens.
Oh yeah.
So
I
you
mean,
don't-
but you just pick.
Just
you,
pick, and then you're attacking the pawn on f7.
You pick and then no, you pick the knight. The knight is hanging. There's a mate.
That is hanging. Yeah, pick,
Yeah.
and then you pick.
And then,
yeah,
then pick h2. Look at h2 is mate. So.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. So queen there, and then queen there. Just pick. Then now if he picks, you pick there.
Yeah.
Wow.
Rook h5 is the only move
H5.
to survive.
But how much survival do you get from that move? Rook to h5. Then I play g6.
g6, rook h3.
Or even if you play g6, rook to h3.
Yeah.
Then bishop to e3, attacking the rook on c1.
Yeah. Then rook a1.
Rook a1. Then we have this rook to a2.
Then rook b1.
Rook to b1. Then what do we do? Do we okay? Rook to b. Interesting. So there's no immediate way to force something here. Looks like you have to take it slow. After rook to h5.
Rook to h5 maybe there's something else.
Let me see. Possibly you can try to just go for the simple end game that wins, but there's
But
something
just trap a
immediate.
piece.
Yeah. So rook went there, g5. Okay. Oh, okay.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he wants to play king to
g6, then g4.
Yeah. Okay, let's see. Oh, okay, it was guarded. So how do we proceed? Is bishop to e5 an idea?
Yeah. I think
Bishop to e5.
then you just simplify in a pawn.
Bishop there. As the bishop is attacked. So you're forcing these trades, you take with that, okay. The pawn moves, and then now
Bishop g3.
bishop to g3, okay, yeah, attacking the rook moves. The rook checks. I want now to exchange. Okay, takes.
Then you go behind the pawn.
Yeah. Now this is just completely winning. Just for formality here. Now just win that pawn. Can't really get anything. The pawn is pushed, and yeah, okay. Nice tactic. You can't take. Now the pawns just go. There's nothing really you can do. You can never really take the pawn on f5. So it looks like you can take, but you can never really take. And check.
Okay.
And now it's clear that it's just over. Yeah, and I think this is.
He just resigned.
Yeah, he actually hasn't. I think they have extra. He's trying to.
Stalemate.
Yeah. But okay. It's a nice fighting game. Let's see what other games are remaining. So well done by Manyeki. Let's see. Is this game still continuing?
This looks over.
Yeah.
I think this is,
It looks drawn.
oh no, this is win. The pawn is
Oh, the
going
pawn.
down.
Oh, the
Yeah,
pawn is going
yeah,
downwards. Yeah, this is winning. This is winning for black.
yeah. It's just lost.
Yeah. Okay. How
What
did the
about
game go from here? Let me see. Where did black lose his rook? This is a position where black sacked the rook on is that the position or is a different game? Well, this looks to be different. Which
oh, I
machine was
think,
this?
oh yeah, this is the game where the played g5.
Yeah, then you attacked it, then took. Then now they exchanged. Okay. Putting pressure on the pieces. Ooh, okay. He had seen that the plan was to take on f6 and then fork the queen and okay, so he moved the bishop.
Maybe you can try doing what again? Bishop b5.
Bishop to e5, try and force it.
Yeah.
Okay. Just putting pressure on the knight.
Okay.
The knight moves. Let's see. Is there you take with the bishop? Okay. And
Okay,
then you place your rook now on f6.
Or on it. Oh yeah. Or on. Okay.
The bishop goes back there. Then I don't do it. So okay. How do you proceed? Is the
This was material.
yeah.
Maybe rook h7 is better.
Yeah, rook h7 is better. So where do you, oh, you have to give, you have a check, That's,
No, but
you don't
then
know-
he blocks.
It just blocks.
Bishop
Okay,
d6.
wow.
Yeah.
Oh no, actually the rook on g8 is hanging. So queen checks. If he blocks with the bishop, you just take it. You can't do. Oh, you don't have that. This what is this? Queen to g3 check. Bishop blocks. And if you play, what happens if you play bishop to f4?
Bishop to f4.
Yeah.
Then. Oh, then he just takes your rook.
Your rook, and then now I think this is where you lost the exchange. This is where the exchange was lost because now you take the bishop and you continue the game like that. Okay. Oh, you took there. Wow. Doesn't this just no? It doesn't. Also, I think it's a different way of exchanging the exchange, of taking the exchange.
Yeah.
But you end up winning a pawn in this line. Okay, fine. Bishop there. Okay, giving up that one for this one. Now, is this position holdable for? I think if you win this pawn, you can try and hold this as white. But I don't think black will allow that.
Yeah. Maybe it's still holdable. With the you can just put the pawns in the light squares and the bishop.
Okay, but the problem is now if black can get his king close to the pawn,
Yeah.
and now just have to move the rook back and forth and try to put some pressure on your pieces.
Yeah, that idea.
Oh, wow.
Yes. So
White
maybe
just very quickly blundered.
maybe king d3 first, and then that.
Then you put, and then king to d3. You can never really push the pawn, so king will come to d6 and then to e5, and you're quite stuck there. So it may be a long end game, but seems like it may be lost either way. Oh, now this is pushing the pawn. He doesn't want to bring the king immediately.
Maybe you can pick that pawn. You can try.
You can?
You can try like come king f1, king g2,
Yeah.
and then you block.
That's why it's keeping the pawn on the dark square so that it, when it's attacked, you can easily defend it.
No, I'm saying maybe there's the idea of bishop f5 and bishop g4. Like no, when the king's in g2,
When the
then,
king is-
then he defends.
Okay,
Like,
okay, I
yeah,
see,
and
I
then-
see. Okay.
Yeah.
But the king will come to f4, guard the pawn, and then the rook moves now.
Ah.
King to f4, just guarding the pawn there. Let's see. The pawn is pushed everything. Okay, but you have another rush to enter the position. Oh, he wants to force the exchange of
The pawns.
of the pawns. So rook there, the bishop goes back, and then now you checks, and then let's see. But because the black's king is very active, It's very hard to hold this position. Yeah, because now I can just trade everything.
Yeah,
So
pawn.
taking your pawns, you play there. Now, this is interesting. How do you proceed? You just play some waiting moves. Probably playing a move like rook to e7, then playing rook to c7, forcing him to push the pawn, and then you come after his pawns. That's which is what was played. Okay, interesting. Now this is king there, bishop there. And do you play king to d2 so that you prevent the king from ever coming close to the pawns?
Yep.
King to d2. Yeah, okay, that's what's played. Then now, actually, if you just going for the bishop now wins without check. Yeah, because you're very, very close to the pawns. Take, and I think this is why we found the game. And
Yep. Losing.
yeah, there's nothing to do here. Nothing to do here. Is there another game going?
There is Michael Schwartz versus Tumelo Luenyeka.
Okay, let's see that. Let's see. What did you, this game? Where did you leave it? Which line was this?
This is Lopez.
Okay, this is where some. Okay, let's see. Check, pushing the pawn, then the counter with the unit takes. Bishop attacking the queen. You play there, then the queen took there, the pawn took. Okay, I see. Remember the game. The knight going there, possibly with the idea of. Does it have the idea of playing g5 and then with the knight b2, then taking the?
Yeah.
But that just weakens your.
Maybe it's just the knight. To put the knight in the outpost.
Yeah.
Maybe
Okay.
Maybe there's a sack
just
on
waiting.
h3.
And even the
But
queen
not
might
like-
come even to g6.
Yeah.
So bishop there, knight just goes back, which is fine. Rook there, queen to g6. Okay, fine. Wants to develop knight there. Queen to c4, but the bishop now. Oh yeah, the knight on c5 is defended by the bishop on s7.
Yeah.
So if the queen goes to c4 to check, bishop to
If it's the fifth
yeah,
tempo.
yeah. So the queen goes back, avoids that, and then let's see. Probably wanting to bring the rooks on the d file. Bishop there, the pawn is pushed. Doesn't like the knight there. So where do you move the knight in this position if you're playing as black?
Well, I think I'd want to put the knight on maybe d6, so knight b7, knight d6.
Okay.
Yeah, because on d7, it's really hard to find some. Maybe to c4, trying to maneuver it somehow.
Yeah. That seems fair. So, okay, interesting. Going with that idea. The pawn is attacked. Do you defend the pawn? Do we push the pawn? How do you go about this?
Yeah, maybe.
But it's attacking two pawns, the A and the C.
I don't think you can take a. I think you have to.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, with the bishop f2, just to lose it.
Yeah. So what do? You push the but if you push the pawn to c5, now you don't have bishop takes on. If he takes on the f5, if he takes on a6, now you don't have bishop takes on f2.
Yeah, so
you push c5. So what do you do?
Maybe could you just sack the pawn and try get some initiative on the king?
How could we do that?
It's really tough because you can't play a5 because the pawn is hanging.
Yeah.
Tricky. Bishop d7 doesn't work. Knight c4.
Yeah. Knight to c4, but then
Is e4 hanging? Yeah. But these pawns are really a big problem for black.
Yeah. The double pawns are usually trouble.
Yeah.
Because now when the queen takes on c6, it's attacking two pieces, the bishop and the knight. So how do you defend? Can you find a reply with Is knight to d8 an idea? Just defending everything.
Maybe you just go back queen e8, but
Okay. Okay, that's actually interesting. Queen d8.
oh yeah, then
Just try.
try c5.
Yeah, just yeah. Let down then try c5. Okay. The bishop went back.
Oh, okay.
Knight went to attack the queen. Okay, you have that, and then now knight there. Opening up an attack towards the bishop, but it's guarded. So you just play that attacking that piece. So knight there. So do we now?
Take.
Do you take and then push, or take and then what do we do now? Do we? In fact, I think. Oh, there's a fork coming here. So taking is
It's forced.
yeah. Then now you play there,
Yeah.
attacking that pawn. Okay, that's fine. Take. You don't have to take the pawn immediately. Just continue your attack. Then h4, h5, forcing that, and if you play now e4, the knight on d6 hangs.
Yeah.
You use a pawn there. So how do you proceed?
Maybe you can just take the pawn.
Okay, yeah. That's actually just take the pawn.
Yeah.
Take the. Okay. Just waiting on the move and trying to develop. So the rook was lifted. Now, when I take the pawn, you're forced to exchange rooks. Oh, doubling. Let me see.
Interesting. So now you can't take on d5 because there's a check. So you have to move. You have to move away or block.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe just going back.
With the knight.
Yeah, I think that's because if you move away, then maybe rook d7 and then it's really difficult.
Or you can't take because the rook takes there.
Yeah, you take.
Okay. Wow. Okay, then see, knight to d6 is forced essentially. Oh yeah.
It's first.
Okay. So okay. Trying to play c5 and force the.
Yeah, but maybe just queen e7. And
Queen to e7 or d7? E7,
Yeah.
okay. It just okay. Removing the rook from the diagonal also works. But now when you push the pawn, doesn't the rook go to e7? Oh, then you can't even lift your rook because you're still hanging there. Also, okay, that was pushed. Knight here and then rook there. Oh, wow, okay. Now you end up losing a pawn.
Yeah.
And with very serious threats.
Oh, now the strategy is to double, yeah?
Yeah, just double and then just. Oh, okay, blocking the diagonal is good. This one is.
Yeah. So now maybe
Blocking
give
the
a
file.
check.
You give a check on
d5,
on
yeah.
d5, and then when the king moves to h8.
Now queen. But there's no mate. Queen. I have queen d7, but there's no threat. Yeah. Just play rook d8.
Yeah. If you can find a way to move the black queen from the g6. Let me see. Is there a way to do that?
So I also be thinking about maybe sacrificing the rook this night because this bishop on a7 isn't really doing anything. You have a passed c pawn. Yeah.
But when you sacrifice, do you get a pass pawn? How do you continue to sacrifice?
After queen d5, then
then you take.
Yeah,
Okay. I see. And then your pass pawn is really. But I think what you'll do is after you do that, he has this move bishop to
b8.
Yeah, trying to exchange the last square bishops and say that you don't have you don't have.
Then you just go rook d5, rook d7, c6. Then after take c7, c6, c7. It's really the first point is hard
So
to
you're
deal
saying you
with.
check here,
Yeah.
and then when the king moves away, you take here.
Yeah.
Takes and then you take like this. And I was suggesting this. Pinning your rook.
Then you just go rook d7.
Rook d7, and then allowing me to take here.
Take the pawn.
Yeah. And then now it's me to move. But I can't come here. Okay, what happens if we just go here, preventing the pawn push and also by just guarding everything several times?
Yeah.
Play something like this.
You just double.
Yeah, I play here. Oh, you take here.
Yeah.
Ah, okay. So just double. If you play there, you just double up. What happens if you start pushing here?
Yeah. Push.
Do I have any attack? Do I have any attack as a?
No, I don't think so.
Oh no, now okay. So now I probably try this.
Then we just go up 26.
Here.
Yep.
Then you try. You just go back.
I'm not an exchange. I wouldn't mind a draw.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, but I think white is better. So even black wouldn't mind a draw because your position is very weak. That rook there and the pawns. Wow.
Yeah.
So let's see how the game went. Knight to d4 happened. Queen. Oh, he went for the. Oh, okay. I almost thought he was going for the plan we were discussing. So queen takes, and then rook's there. Oh, that's a blunder. Do you see the idea of rook takes on f6? When the rook
Oh, yes.
takes.
Takes.
You pin him, and then the king has to come up or something, and then you take this other piece.
Now, what about rook f8? Rook f8, then you take on d4?
Yeah, I just take on d4. In fact, you take on d4 with your rook because you want to bring the rook into the game.
Then after
King to g6.
king to g7.
King to g7, there's a fork here. Oh, the fork doesn't work.
You block.
Yeah, you block with that rook, the other rook.
Yeah.
Okay, I see. So you don't. So you can just. But I think you exchange everything. You can take there with check, and now your pawns are winning. It's a winning endgame because you win the knight and you also win the exchange at the same time. You win back your exchange and you win the knight. So what you've won is you won 2 pawns.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
I didn't see this. I thought you were going to go down like this.
Yeah, because now if you take here, the rook takes you. Then you take here. It's a fork. If it comes to guard, you start with this taking by this one. The rook here, and you still take back the rook, and now you'll just be several pawns up. So let's see what happened there. So the queen went there. Oh, he did see it. Nice. Take there. The bishop went. Ooh, that. Oh, it's pinned. Wow. That I missed completely.
Ah, that's a nice move.
Okay. These bishops, these very hidden bishops. Wow. So you're forced to take. You don't have an option.
Yeah.
So now you just go takes, and then you take, and then now he takes the pawn on f2. And okay, but taking the pawn on f2 allows you to go to rook to d5 and go after his pawns on the other side of the board. But now you can very easily play a rook to b8, attack your pawn on b7, and then come and double up on the second file. Wow. Okay. So you take the rook takes there, then you take there. You take here. Wow. This is. You push the pawn, but then it just comes. Oh, that. I thought it was a mistake, but it's not. It's not a mistake. Wow, why is he pushing this early? Oh, the pawn is being attacked. What do you do now? Yeah, this is. Yeah? Why did he do this? Allow the promotion. Is there anything he has?
I would like to play.
Oh, it's.
That check was a mistake.
Yeah. Just go behind the pawn. Just go behind the pawn. Simple ideas. I don't know why.
Just go behind him.
He didn't say that. That knight blocking comes with check.
Knight f8 check.
Wow. Okay. So now just promote. You take there, just take. And now white is winning. From completely losing to now winning. Okay. This trying to be tricky in an endgame, it doesn't work usually. Just yeah.
Then just take the pawn.
and it's
There must be a fox.
yeah, that looks like doesn't look very accurate. Is there a way to connect these pieces with the, you first start with the check, forcing here, then you check again.
No, you can't. You can.
So he'll go close to the pawn,
Or maybe can you give another check? Queen f5.
but now you will. I think he just saw that he likes it. No, but now you lose the pawn, don't you? After check, you block and then I take here.
No, but then I think it's still
It's still winning, but
maybe
what's the
queen
better
f5.
idea here? Better idea here. Instead of losing the pawn, queen two,
Queen f5.
into a5, and then the king goes. The king goes to.
Anyhow the king goes, you pick the
Oh, you
rook.
pick, you check, and then you pick
Check,
the
you
rook.
pick the rook, then you promote the pawn.
So you're saying you go here. If the king goes here,
Then check.
then check here. You just pick. If you pick, okay, I see. Because now this ends up losing a pawn for nothing. This one, you just check, and then I take. Wow, this is going to be a long end game. Let's see. Yeah. Now this is where the game was reached, and they're still going on. Wow. Do you know the technique of winning a queen and rook, a queen and king versus a king and rook?
I think you should take, I know you're supposed to take the king to a corner somewhere and then do some triangulation.
Okay.
Force the rook. The idea is just to force the rook away from the king and then fork and win.
Okay. Wow. But what if the king maintains himself in the center? If he refuses to go to the corner, just going around the rook, you check, he just goes around.
You just force it. Like, yeah, now king e5. I think.
King to e5.
Yeah.
King to e5.
Effect of some checks.
What if I just move my? Okay. King to e5. Does king to g6 work?
And then the check.
Where? And then I go back to
No, queen g8.
queen to g8. That actually okay, interesting.
So maybe has to go like rook g6.
Yeah, rook to g6,
Rook f7.
and then I bring the queen in just very slowly.
Yeah.
Ah, wow.
Yeah, so now slowly the rook comes back. But these guys are strong. They should know how to play.
Yeah. We should have this technique in memory because it's something you can easily.
I think even over the board you can just find it.
Well, it's so that is if you don't know the technique beforehand, it's very hard to find. It's very hard to find.
But as long as you know you need to force the rook away.
Yeah. So you need to have the concept in mind
Yeah,
before you go for it.
yeah, so now we check. Queen g4.
We check queen to g4 and then king to king to f8.
King f8.
Yeah.
Queen g6.
Queen to g6. And then what happens if I check you with rook to e7?
Then king d6.
King to g6.
King d6.
D6. Oh, okay. And if I check you again? Oh, I can't check you again.
check.
Yeah, I can't.
So like maybe
Oh.
rook f7.
Wow, okay, just coming closer, but avoiding all the possible checks. Yeah. I once got this position over the board. I think it was online, and with a blitz game, it was very hard to find the idea. I was against a strong player. It was we ended up drawing the game. Can you find it in a speed match, in a speed game? Are you?
I think I can. I mean, I would maybe mine wouldn't be the cleanest, but I would.
Yeah, you'd work something out.
Yeah.
Okay, I see. Ooh, now just king to e7, and there's no more.
Oh yeah.
King to e7.
E7.
Yeah, and then I with queen to g4 coming.
Yeah. No, that's.
Ah. Wow. Okay.
Queen f7. Queen of 7.
Then the king goes to h6.
Queen h4.
Ooh, okay,
Queen
okay.
h4, rook h6.
And then
Aha.
you play something like queen to g5,
Queen g5.
then rook to g6, and then okay, and then you play a queen to somewhere like f4, just trying to give the move back. Queen to f5, I mean, but okay.
Or maybe queen d4 check. Or maybe after queen h4, rook h6, queen d4, king g6.
Yeah.
King g6, queen g4. King h7, king f7.
Okay. Go over the line one more time.
So, okay, I was saying after queen h4, rook h6, queen d4, king g6,
Is it king to g6 first?
yeah, then queen g4, forcing to h7, and then king f7.
Ah, okay. So if the king went here, if the king went here,
So, if the king goes there,
you check, and then
maybe you can just wait, queen h5.
here. Then you get this. Oh, that's a blunder because of this. That's a blunder. Wow.
Maybe rook h6,
Here, and then you try this.
check, yeah.
Oh, you just try this. You try this,
Try that.
but it still has this.
Then queen f8.
Here,
Ah,
here.
now there's after king f7, that still makes it rook f6.
Yeah,
You
look
need to be careful of that.
here.
Yeah, after king f7.
Yeah. So don't come close. Don't. So how do you proceed there? How do you go about this? The king is finally in the corner. You've gotten what you wanted.
Nowadays,
How do you finish?
what usually finishes.
Tough. Well, just to play a waiting move. Is that an idea? Is that an idea?
Like what?
The queen to a5.
Queen to f5.
Yeah,
It just go back.
you'll go back, and then I just wait again with the king to e8.
No, after queen f5,
Yeah.
king g7, we go queen h5.
Queen to. Oh, okay. I see. I see.
King. No,
And then
after rook h6,
the rook
queen
will
f7,
just go to h6 again.
queen f7, queen f7, king g8, king h8, then
The move I was thinking of, what it does, it separates the nini, the pieces. If you play queen here, king goes here, here. Or he's forced to come. Oh, he has this. Okay. What happens if you continue with this pin?
then king g6.
King to g6 here, and then don't you have this now? Oh, he just checks you. He just checks you. Wow. He checks you, and then you come here.
Yeah.
Are we getting somewhere?
Maybe rook f8.
Here. Okay. Now, how about we?
Check.
Yes. But from where?
G3.
Here. That's the best check.
G3, king f7.
You check him here. Plays here.
6.
Yeah.
You attack the rook, then king e7.
How do you attack the rook?
King e7.
Here. And then? Yeah, you can't play there. Okay. Actually, now you've separated the pieces.
Maybe rook f5.
Here. Interesting. But can you? Okay.
Now, what do we just come?
here. Then you get this. Very interesting. So this is how I was saying you need to know the technique. If you don't know the technique, finding it on the board, you'll go in circles for a while before. If your opponent doesn't blunder, if they don't blunder, if they don't make those forks, if they don't fall into a fork or a double attack, it will take you some time. Take you some time. Let's see how they played. Okay. So after we checked him, then he went to the okay.
Yeah.
Now how does
So rook g5 is forced.
yeah. Any other move just doesn't do it.
Oh yeah, I think it's winning. So rook g5, and now can you play queen h4?
And then what happens if you
Queen h4, rook h5, queen f4.
Oh, I see.
Queen f4.
And then now you can't block because now you have
Yeah.
okay. Interesting.
Then king h7. Check.
But doesn't rook to you said rook to g5?
Yeah.
That falls to queen to h8 mate.
Oh.
Yeah.
So he has to.
He can't go to g4. He can't go to g3. He can't go to g2.
So he has to go to h5.
Wow.
King h5.
King h5. King h5 is interesting.
King h5.
King to h5 is also not. Let me see. King to h5. Or if I check you, just block with the rook. Okay. If I check you on h8, you just block with the rook.
Check on d1. You just block.
You still just block. Ah, so is that okay? So the king went there. He did find it. Then just another waiting move. Now you can bring the rook there. Okay. Wow.
I don't know.
What are the ideas? What are the ideas? Because it seems like if you start to bring the king forward, this is just check you on g6, check you on g5, check you on g4, and the king can't seem to get a pass.
Oh. Also, king of 6 is also another stalemate trick.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Oh, it's still sitting right now. So you have to check. His opponent might be counting the 50 move rule.
Yeah. How many moves have they gone since the exchange? Let's see.
Move 58.
Yeah.
So
Since h5 was taken, to h5 after taking here.
Yeah.
So move 59, and we are now in.
So if they reach move 109.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow. Okay. Okay. Have you ever gotten in this position on the board?
On the board,
Yeah.
I think online once. But I think I was able to convert it.
Okay. Yeah. I think online, for some reason online, because you normally have this pressure to move fast. You just
Even
it's
overthink it.
yeah, actually, yeah. And the opponent doesn't have time to find the best responses.
Oh yeah, they can just plan.
So it is, yeah. Actually, it's easier for white to play in a shorter time control because plannering for black is much easier. Black has to be more careful than you.
But his opponent also doesn't have to. But there's instruments, so timing
Yeah.
never really a factor.
Yeah. But online it is. Over the board is the You're saying if you know the technique, you can do this in a speed game, very quickly.
I think so.
Okay. If that's possible, that's fine. I think the technique is important. But let's see. So how do you proceed here? The king is on the edge, and you're still finding it hard to find a response. We missed anything here. Let's see. Let's see if we. Oh, it's just plus. Okay, wow. Let's see if there's something they missed here. Oh, it was plus 96. It was made in 40. Okay, made in 44 is just an. It's an Indian language that we don't understand. Made in 44, sure.
Meeting 13.
Because if you move the rook here, which is that what was played?
Yeah.
Rook there, and then now you check
Now
him.
check.
Checking on is much better. Let's see, because if you check here, what happened in the game? The game you checked here, and then the king went here. But if you check on here, then the king plays the same place here. What is the problem? You play here, and in the game after this was played. Okay, you get this move. Queen to e5 without intention. What would be the intention of queen to e5?
It's just a waiting move.
Ooh, okay. Because it seems like you're covering all the squares the rook can move to.
So, well, yeah, well,
So yeah, the rook can't go anywhere close to the king after that.
King G5, Rook G5 is mate.
Yeah, it's made.
Rook to G6 is check, H2, and then G3, and then E.
I think these are not the ideas you're supposed to know. These ideas of being able to play those switching moves that just completely cover all the bases that where black can go. Okay. Wow. So you play queen here, then the rook has to move away, and then now here, supposed to look for tricks now. Why there? Why there?
Just look for checks.
Yeah. The human move is to look for as many checks as you can. Oh, you have to play here. If you check C, you play here. And then now, okay. So you play here, rook to a6. Now you move here. And now you're threatening something like this. So the king has to move here.
King H7, then.
But what happens if the rook moves here? Oh, if this is still checkmate. So the king has to go up. That's the only. The king has to go up, and then now you try those ideas. Check. If he goes here, what happens?
Because there,
Does it, oh, you have this check, and is there a way to connect?
King can't go there. Maybe this one.
Oh yeah. You go this to C1, and then he can't go here. But where can he go? He can go here. Because G7. Do you have anything?
Queen G5.
Queen G5 here, and
King
then
F7.
yeah, king here.
Then Queen D8. Queen D8.
D8 is where here.
Yeah.
Or preventing the check.
Now you want to check down, and then check and see.
Is that the idea? If he comes here, let's see.
So,
You attack the rook. And then I just go up.
oh.
Yeah, because now this is
Now mate is unstoppable.
yeah. If he goes here,
Then Queen, wait, then yeah, that's also mate. Queen H8. Then King H7.
check, mate. Oh, check, and then you win the rook even. Yeah. So this. Oh, okay. Wow. So those are the ideas you're supposed to know. Those are very simple waiting moves, because if you just go for checks, it seems like you're not getting anywhere. Wow. Let's see how the game went. Then the king went there, then played there. Okay, played there. Checks. The king went down. The king came. The king went there, and then you played there. The king went down there. Then you check. The king went here. Then you bring the king, then you get that. So you get the checks.
So if you check then king g5, rook f4, king g5.
King to g5. Yeah, and you can check again. Okay.
So you have to go rook c7, check, king a7.
Rook to f7.
Yeah, rook to f2. I mean, rook to f2, then king g4, king g4 and king a5.
Queen to g4, king to h2,
Oh, then king to h4.
king to h4. Okay. But does that get you anywhere? If you check, if you play here,
Check.
check him here, the king goes here, and then you come here.
Yeah. Now what do you play?
How about this? Is this a move?
Now, can you check?
Here.
C5?
And then the king just, oh, if he skips, now you come here. And then after this, yeah, that's, is it?
After that, then oh, check and queen e6 and check when c8, queen e6 and
You check here and then you go. Rook, when you check here, the king goes here, the rook goes here,
so
and then.
queen e6, queen check here.
Oh, queen e3 here.
Yeah, e3.
Oh, yeah. And then?
After king moves, then there's a check, queen e4, and then mate on g2.
So you're saying this, this,
Yeah.
this, and then if the rook moves, you come here. If the king comes here, then you have this check. Ah. Okay, nice.
No, wait, but if you block with the rook, then you go. Then after the queen, if you block with the rook,
Yeah, here.
then if you attack it, can you
You have
now,
this. Play here.
Yeah. There's a mate, queen.
Yeah.
T1.
Queen e1. You have to see those tricks for cellmate. But can you not take with the king? Can the king not take like this?
But it's also mates.
Yeah. They also both of them work. Okay. So I think that's what. Did they go for that? Yeah. Okay. Now.
Yeah. Oh.
No, he didn't go to g4.
Okay, but now this is still winning.
Yeah.
Just to go rook c8. Then that same thing. Then queen b6. Queen b6, king h3. King h3.
The rook. Where does the rook go from here?
Rook doesn't have squares. Rook c8, rook f1.
Rook to f1. Okay.
Then queen g3 maybe. King f1. Can you just go king g3?
Yeah. And then if he checks, you just go king to h3, or even king to f3. Yeah. Wow. Okay. So you might be coming close to something here. But what about if you go king to g3? What about this move rook to e2 to attack your queen?
Rook to e2.
Yeah.
Then there's
Or you can check. You can check down there, forcing him to drop his rook there.
then you go check. You go check on the diagonal.
Yeah, if you go here,
If you go there,
he goes here.
then check and queen f5.
Check, he comes
Then
here.
queen c4, I mean.
Oh yeah, here, and then now you bring the king in.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then you move the king.
So he missed. Okay, so he decided to go here immediately. Here immediately. But now when he plays here, you don't have the same idea. But if he goes here, let's see. Ooh, okay. Still meeting idea. But, yeah. But no, this was
But now you have to go to
no. If and then he lifts his rook, and then still it's stalemate. Yeah. So he found if you go here, he just plays here. So you don't go there. You have to
you
go
have
up.
to go up.
Yeah, that's the only move.
Ah.
Oh my goodness.
Let's see, maybe mate.
Yeah.
So easy to miss, but he has so much time.
It's oh. Lost a moment. Yeah, he saw it.
Well, now surely Maya, white must win here. It should be easy from here. He's done all the hard work. Quite simple.
Now black doesn't have any moves.
Sure.
If you check again, then
No, king to f3.
no, let's just check again. Look g3. Stalemate.
If you check it, yeah. So you cannot bring your king closer unless you move your queen first. So let me see. In this position,
Oh wait, might it be a draw then?
so coming here would also be a draw.
Why?
Be-
Oh.
because of the checks still work in the same way. And you can't come here because they still left. If you go here, the same idea. Wow. So you have to either move the king all the way back.
No, wait. So how do you prevent the checks?
They agreed to a draw.
Oh, because he just checks. You can't do anything, and you can't step on the e side.
Yeah.
But what does it end this? Yeah.
Let's see. It's completely drawn getting to this position. Wow. How could you have known? It seems like the white was just going to finish the game very quickly, but wow. Wow. I told you these end games are not easy. They look easy, but wow. Knowing the technique of a queen and a king against a rook and king is very important.
But it feels so nice to save a game like that. Like
Yeah.
you're
Yeah. Yeah. So I think our guy, this is Luenyeka Tumelo, should go and study these end games very well so that the next time this appears on the board, he has a weapon ready. He's fully prepared, fully ready.
But I think there was a point. He shouldn't have given him the pawn.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, yeah, that's.
He had a pawn. I think he just pushed the pawn.
Yeah. But wow, okay.
But
I think,
I'm sure he'll never forget this.
this will be something that will stay with him for a while. We still have a game continuing. This is Yano Iluna and Sujay Jora. Okay,
Still ongoing.
interesting. this game seems like it's going to take a while. They have I don't even see their time. Probably there's an error with the DGT, but that's okay.
Or is the game still ongoing?
Yeah, in the playing hall when I went there, I still saw them continuing playing. So this may take a moment, but I think for now we've covered most of the games. We've covered most of the games, so now I think in the afternoon there are no games. It's a break, so the players will have time to enjoy the Pride experience. Probably some will get a chance to go to the swimming pool. Some will get a chance to just take a stroll down the beach. So that's I think we can wrap it here. We can wrap it here for now. This was round 6, African Individual School Sales Championship, and yeah, great games by our players. We'll meet next on round 7. Round 7, that's tomorrow. Yeah. So see you on Tuesday. Let's meet again for round 7. Okay, it's a wrap from here.